firstly, I just would like to remind everyone, as you have heard from the email, that this session will be recorded. It will be archived in the NIE library and then shared publicly. So if you're uncomfortable with being recorded, please do ensure that you are muted and that your video is turned off. We also have 3 excellent panels with us today, as well as a lecture. So by Prof. Thumboo. So there are portions where we will be fielding questions from the audience. And this is something that you might want to leave questions in the chat for. I just would like to do a quick sound check at this point. Can everyone hear me loud and clear? Not getting any.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. So the last little item about technical stuff that I'd like to mention is that we covered the video turning off, we covered the questions and answers, and also so that the spotlight is on our speaker at any point, at the speaker at the moment. So please ensure that you're muted and that your video is off as well. And without much further ado, I would just like to share a little bit of the context behind the symposium today. As many of you might have noticed, the anthology plays a rather prominent role in the literary landscape in Singapore. And unlike the anthology in other parts of the world, it seems to drive publication in some form in Singapore. So where anthologies usually play the role of collecting a best of or in periodizing a certain collection of works from a certain tradition, the anthology in Singapore is usually a place where writers maybe have their first publication outing, and in a way it is at the forefront of publication rather than a retrospective. So today we have with us scholars as well as people in the publishing industry who will look at this phenomenon from their own respective perspectives. And we also have an excellent lecture by Prof. Thumboo who will give us a historical perspective on the development of the form. One of the things I would like to mention by way of just providing a little bit of data is that 2016 was in many ways a watershed year for the anthology. Since 2000, it's the year with the highest number of anthologies published, and that's just in the English language scene of things. There might be other developments in our national literature. So 14 anthologies in that year out of 66 English language publications. So that's 25% of all publications that we're talking about. So what does this do to shape the reader of Singapore literature? How does this kind of match up with our sense of the anthology as playing into a sense of literary tradition? So our 3 panels today, looking at the anthology as a historical form, looking at it from the editor's perspective of someone who actually works on it as an art form and a literary form, and looking at the anthology as a major form that may bring minor literature or minor voices to the fore. These are the 3 perspectives with which we are approaching that discussion, but I'm sure there will be many more questions and thoughts as we go along with today's symposium. So without too much more of a delay, I would like to hand over the time to Weihsin, who is our moderator for the first session. Weihsin, are you with us? Would you like to perhaps unmute yourself? And hi, Weihsin.
Hi, Weihsin here.
Weihsin will be introducing our first panel speakers to us and also fielding the discussion later. Over to you, Weihsin.
Okay. Thank you, Anne. Good afternoon and good day to everyone. My name is Weihsin, and I'm the chair and moderator for panel number 1, which is about the anthology in Singapore, forms and histories. And we have 2 speakers for this first panel, Assistant Professor Cheryl Narumi Naruse and Dr. Alvin Pang. So without further ado, I will introduce our first speaker, Assistant Professor Cheryl Narumi Naruse, who is an Assistant Professor of English and the Mellon Assistant Professor in the Humanities at Tulane University in the United States. Dr. Naruse's research and teaching interests include contemporary Anglophone literatures and cultures, particularly those from Southeast Asia and the Pacific Islands, diasporic Asian literature, postcolonial theory, cultures of capitalism, and genre studies. And she will be, her talk today will be on the anthology as postcolonial form, the case of Singapore. So over to you, Cheryl.
Over there in person, but you know, we're in a situation right now. So many thanks to Anne and Julia and Joshua and the NIE staff that put the bulk of the work into making this event happen. I have to apologize in advance and say that I won't be able to stay for very long at this symposium because it's 1 a.m. for me, but I look forward to watching the recordings for the rest of the symposium. I also just really want to thank Sean Hu, who worked as my long distance research assistant for some of the work I've been doing on for this work on the anthology that I've been doing. If there are any academics out there who are looking for a research assistant, I can say without reservation that Sean is one of the best. And so today I'm just going to share some of my early and tentative thoughts about the literary history of the Singapore anthology that I began to research and which I'm trying to think about in relation to Singapore's political economy. I'm interested in thinking about what non-novel forms can tell us about how Singaporean conceptions of self and community negotiate broader forces of colonialism, capitalism, and nation formation. For many literary critics, the novel is a prestige form and has long been held as the paradigmatic post-colonial form through which to theorize the nation. As Timothy Brennan puts it, it was in the novel that previously foreign languages met each other on the same terrain, forming an unsettled mixture of ideas and styles, themselves representing previously distinct peoples, now forced to create the rationale for a common life. I think we know that intuitively the anthology can perform this exact kind of work, and this has certainly been the case in the Singapore context. But the anthology has not been celebrated in this way because for critics, anthologies are generally held as bad literary objects. But why? For one, the anthology works against major aesthetic values we hold in literary studies because, for example, the anthology editor seems more akin to an engineer than an artist. As a compilation of discrete texts, the anthology also challenges values of narrative unity. Not only is the anthology a poor object of literary analysis, it is a poor political one too. For example, in the context of world literature and comparative literature debates, Gayatri Spivak critiques the anthology for its ideological complicity in the production of English as a hegemonic language. Unfortunately, I am a scholar that likes bad objects, so here we are. The tricky thing about discussing anthologies, however, is that the critical language we have to analyze them is rather limited. We have a million terms to describe different kinds of novels, not so much for anthologies. Anthologies are broadly understood to be a pedagogical genre that assumes a position of authority in relation to their discipline because anthologies establish literary canons. These can range from Norton literary anthologies, so often used in American classrooms for survey courses, to the ASEAN literature anthologies. Not all anthologies, however, aspire towards command. Scholars who work on anthologies of ethnic, post-colonial, or other minority literatures tend to think of the anthology in more aspirational or rhetorical terms. That is, they frame the anthology as opening up into the future rather than confirming the past. In the context of African-American and Black diasporic anthologies of the 1920s, Brent Hayes writes that the anthology operated as, quote, not in confirming the canon, not in a backward-looking survey of the high points in a trajectory, but instead in founding and enabling the very tradition it documents, at the beginning, rather at the end of literary history making. Maori author Witi Itimaira also emphasizes the temporal aspects of the Pacific Islander anthology when he writes about how the Maori anthology is, quote, an opportunity to say to the present, this is how we are, and to say to the future, this is how we were. For Edwards, Hayes, and others, the anthology is not necessarily a conservative, exclusionary, or Eurocentric form. And so I bring this all up just to give us a brief sense of how anthologies have been talked about in Anglophone literary studies. There are, of course, debates over what constitutes an anthology, but for today, I want to use it in its broadest sense, texts that bring heterogeneous pieces into a singularity. Singapore's very rich anthological history offers real critical opportunities to theorize all the different kinds of anthological forms. It begins the anthology begins roughly, before its 1965 independence with the 1953 publication of Lycée, a collection of poetry and prose written by Raffles Institution students. 350 anthologies have since been published, and this number has definitely changed since I've started putting together numbers. And this is a number that continues to grow. While in the 1970s, there were only 16 anthologies, this figure doubled the next decade and nearly tripled by the 1990s and 2000s, with 86 and 82 anthologies published respectively. It is in the 2010s that anthologies find their high point, however, with 120 anthologies published by 2018. And I hope everyone is very impressed with this graph that I have not tried to make since high school. Based on how the anthology emerges in a developmentalist and nation-building context and how it flourishes in the 21st century as a form that experiments with different kinds of relations, I want to venture the thesis that the Singapore anthology is a generative form. As a form that has been historically connected to ideas of book development and nationalized literature, it is a form involved with the politics of literary production. And by generative, I not only want to capture the meaning of production, but also meanings of generosity. That is, it is a form that inspires new aesthetic relations, whether literal or metaphorical. With meanings of genes and procreation, the etymology of generative also overlaps with those of the nation. If we are then to think about the anthology as Singapore's national form, as the form that attempts to create the conditions for local writing to appear, we see strategy, generosity, assistance, and goodwill. In the 1970s to 80s, anthologies respond to imperatives of developmentalism, which, as many of us know, was the reigning ideology in the early years of Singapore's history as the new nation pushed to modernize itself through a manufacturing economy. This is where looking at its composite parts, such as the short story, becomes instructive to understanding how the anthology has responded to developmentalism. Philip Holden's critical work on the literary history of the short story is especially useful here. As Holden discusses, the short story in English was seen as a mode of social and thus national development, which is why the Ministry of Culture, National Book Development Council, and other government-sponsored bodies ran writing competitions in Singapore. The results of these competitions were published by Educational Publications Bureau, Federal Publications for the Ministry of Culture, and Unipress, often under titles that included some mention of prize winning. And either through classes, workshops, or competitions, schools also generated quite a bit of short form material for compilation into anthology. And besides the fact that writing competitions cultivated a general propensity for short form writing, we might also remember that this is an economic era where there's a lot of national emphasis on time management, completion, and efficiency. And there's a way that, rightly or wrongly, short form writing appeals to those sensibilities. While the push to generate writing through competitions and the general developmental perspective of the short story genre might strike one as idiosyncratic, it is in fact one that reflects broader global beliefs perpetuated by UNESCO in the 1960s and 80s. Sarah Briette offers a really fascinating history of how many of the widely held beliefs we have about the value of literature and culture can be traced to institutions like UNESCO. Through the charter of the book, UNESCO established the idea that the formerly colonized needed to read and write in order to culturally and economically develop. In Southeast Asia, the ASEAN Cultural Fund was established in 1978, which financed regional cultural projects, including a number of anthologies from various ASEAN countries. And as many of us may already know, Professor Thumboo was an editor of some of these. As a part of their soft power foreign policy in the region and as a sort of compensation for the violences of Japanese occupation, Japan also put money towards the ASEAN Cultural Fund as part of what is known as the Fukuda Doctrine. And so these are just some of the influential institutions over literary productions during this era. In order to promote book development, as Briette points out, UNESCO began to publish statistics, quote, monitoring national levels of import and export of books, end quote. These practices demonstrate a very numerical and strangely commodificatory logic when it comes to evidencing book development. And this is where I think we see how the Singapore Anthology comes to so effectively work in the service of developmental ideas around literature. After all, a single short story a book does not make, but several can generate an anthology. So in other words, the anthology as a literal book emerges as proof of cultural development following the logic of UNESCO. And there are interesting analogies to be made about how Singapore anthologies, many of which were published by government bodies, become the symbol of cultural development, much in the way that urban developments like HDBs were symbols of economic development around the same time. Stretching this analogy, perhaps we can think of anthologies as a sort of social service that are, in theory, giving homes to short form writing in ways that are equitable, functional, and community building. As critics, we are trained to be suspicious of literature that might seem to be produced out of institutional attempts to manufacture culture. But I think it's worth emphasizing that there is a global imperative among post-colonial nations to treat cultural production as an element of development. Editors and contributing writers are not simply acting out the will of government or global institutions, but they are negotiating broader ideological and economic conditions. If for statist institutions, the anthology serves as a material symbol of cultural development and modernity, among private publishers, the anthology is a way of supporting fledgling or amateur writers. Insofar that private publishers are invested in cultivating a national literary culture, there is still a developmental logic at work. But private publishers have tended to take less of a canonical approach to the anthologies in support of their new writers. Of course, the professional material barriers to publishing are not unique to Singapore, but writing in the context of a newly independent country faces particular challenges compared to writing in the context of the United States or United Kingdom, even as a minority writer, when you have established publishing infrastructure. So, from Woodrow's publications, we tend to see anthologies more in the vein of high literature, whereas publishers such as VJ Times, which also went under the name of Angsana Publications and Asuras, put out what might be best described as dime or popular anthologies. And so based on what I could find doing some research is VJ Times would often advertise in the newspapers looking for contributing writers. And based on how little I could find about the authors featured in their anthologies, my guess is that they were mostly amateur writers trying out their hand. So taken together, anthologies from independence to the late 1990s reflect the tendency to treat the anthology as a generative form in the name of a nationalized literary culture. In some way, the anthology comes to replace the work we can expect from literary periodicals to perform, particularly when it comes to featuring amateur writing. And certainly there can be conflicting politics behind producing national culture, but regardless of who publishes the anthology, it is treated as a form that encourages, supports, and includes new writers in writing. This sense that the anthology is a generative form is especially apparent in contemporary Singapore anthologies. Not only do we have anthologies born out of writing competitions, we also have anthologies generated from programs such as those by Sing Lit Station and the Singapore Poetry Writing Month. A number of anthologies use prompts to generate new writing and thought experiments. Anthologies are also the grounds for a number of transnational collaborations. Besides a number of Singaporean and Malaysian collaborations, there are also ones between Singapore and Australia, Singapore and Italy, Kerala and Singapore, and Philippines and Singapore. And some of their editors are part of the symposium today. I have been particularly interested in the ways that such anthologies not only provide the conditions for amateur writing, they also generate unexpected literary encounters. They produce a variety of aesthetic roles and relations. And as the description of today's symposium puts it, quote, literary anthologies provide emerging writers with a voice and established writers with a curatorial role, end quote. And so with a nod to the many multilingual anthologies in Singapore literature, I would add that translators also play an important, prominent role. And so this isn't to say that everyone necessarily likes each other as a result of an anthology. In fact, there's strong potential for the opposite effect, but we do want to recognize that anthologies produce new aesthetic relations. So thinking about the anthology as a distinctly Singapore form means to recognize this generative ethos that begins from independence and flourishes into the present. It is also this generative aspect that I think distinguishes the Singapore anthology form from others. Not only operating as a form that establishes or remarks on a literary tradition, it is a form with a very presentist temporal orientation. And this is especially the case with non-canon aspiring anthologies that tie their production to event programming. And so there's something about anthological production in Singapore that captures a spirit of assistance and goodwill that is not solely or even deeply based in notions of united kinship in the way that we think of the theorization of imagined communities. And so if we frame the generative ethos of the Singapore anthology as a nationalist one, what we see is that the nation is not framed as a declaration of what we are, but more experimental questions of what do we look like in this particular configuration. And it's just the experimental aspect of anthology that is especially apparent when we can consider all the diverse themes that contemporary anthology have taken up. And so now I'm just at my last bit here. And so today I've tried to briefly offer a sense of the history of the anthology and what I read as Singapore's tendency to treat the anthology as a generative form. And so while I don't have time to flesh this out with a detailed example, I want to suggest that one of the implications of reading anthologies generatively is that it draws our attention away from the editor's preface or introduction to consider how the composite pieces of the anthology are excerpted, translated, and arranged to generate new or unexpected relations and meaning. There are, of course, valuable things about reading an editor's introduction, but as literary criticism has taught us, there's much about a text that will exceed the author's, or in this case, the editor's intention. And I think it's briefly worth contemplating why the editorial work of constructing the anthology is not often seen as having an artistic merit in the way that authorship is. Rarely are anthology editors recognized for the fact that they are anthology editors. Editorial work, like other forms of service work, is a form of undervalued feminized labor. And so by reading the generative possibilities of the anthology, we will also see its creativity. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. I would now like to introduce our second speaker for this panel. Dr. Alvin Pang has been featured in the Oxford Companion to Modern Poetry in English and the Penguin Book of the Prose Poem, and he has published internationally in more than 20 languages. As an anthologist, he has curated numerous volumes of Singaporean literature, including No Other City, the Ethos Anthology of Urban Poetry, Temasek, Contemporary Writing from Singapore, and Over There, Poems from Singapore and Australia. And Dr. Pang's talk today is entitled Anthologizing Singaporean Literature, a survey of approaches drawn from 20 years of practice. Over to you, Alvin.
Thanks, Weihsin. It's good to see you again online, and good to see everyone. I see a lot of old friends and familiar faces. Let me just get my slides out. Okay, here we go. Okay, so can everyone hear me all right? I'm going to assume so. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to do, thanks again, Cheryl, for laying the groundwork there. I thought it was very insightful, very resonant with what I have to share. And since she's laid the theoretical groundwork, I'm going to focus really on the practice side of things as a writer, poet, and an anthologist that's been working on anthologies in Singapore and outside Singapore the past 20 years. And I'm going to focus on, I think, some of the real life examples of work that I and my collaborators have produced. And I think there's really a lot of alignment and resonance with what Cheryl has shared, which I think is great. So in a sense, these are the live case studies that underline or exemplify some of the points she's made. Okay. So just a very quick recap, going back as a quick reminder to the very notion of what an anthology is. The idea is centuries old, of course, so the anthology is not a new idea. And I just want to draw attention to the idea that the anthology originated from the Latin and Greek terms for a collection of flowers, a gathering of flowers. So in a sense, an anthology was originally like a bouquet of different blooms, referring to a collection of, well, in this case, obviously, poems specifically, or epigrams. So little quotable quotes, quips, and so on. So there is a very strong association between the anthology as a literary form and poetry and collections of sound bites, quotable quotes, and so on. And I thought that was a very interesting counterpoint to the notion of fiction somehow being held up as a prestige form. I think, in a sense, collections of verse, collections of poetry and writing, memorable writing by different authors has always been with us. My own practice has, of course, been quite focused primarily on poetry anthologies, although, of course, in the more recent years, I've also worked on anthologies cutting across different genres and forms, but we'll get into that. So over the years, I've done quite a few different kinds of anthologies and different kinds of collections. And I've also run a workshop on what an anthology is, because there seems to be a generation of aspiring young people who not only want to be writers, but also want to begin to think about being editors themselves. So anthologizing in Singapore especially has become a kind of sexy practice. On one hand, I think it's associated with notions of authority, of gatekeeping, of being curators. You think about how being the director of a festival or the curator of a museum show is the sexy thing to be. In a sense, I think the anthology has, or the anthology editor has taken on this role, for better or for worse, in Singapore. And at the same time as this has taken place, a lot of other counterpoints, counter-narratives have also come up. So in my own practice, I've already seen, I think, quite a few different ways in which the anthology as a work, as a publication, has been used or presented. This is just a slide I like to tease my workshop students with, getting them to think about how an anthology might be like a museum exhibit or a museum festival, like a passport or a birthday party, a monument, a love letter, so on and so forth. And really, this is just to gloss and highlight the fact that the anthology isn't any one singular thing. It actually takes multiple forms, cuts across multiple purposes, so on and so forth. There's no such thing as any one kind of anthology. There are different types of anthologies, and all of them serve different purposes and roles. So how did I come about to become an anthology editor? I think a very important early encounter with the anthology as a form is obviously through schools, where the anthology is of course often used as a canon building device and a textbook, right? This is how you expose students who have a very limited amount of time in literature lessons to a relatively wide range of voices. And I'm actually grateful that my own education did expose me to a range of voices rather than, say, reading one or two authors exclusively. 11 British Poets was perhaps the most influential textbook in my JC days, partly because it was my A-level text, and it also exposed me to, pardon me for a second, and also it exposed me to, influential writers that have become important in my own practice, from, for example, Seamus Heaney, to a certain degree, Elizabeth Jennings, and so on. It's very striking later on in life that I found out, by the way, that Heaney explicitly wrote to complain about being included in this anthology of 11 British poets. As he famously wrote, "My passport's green, no glass of ours was ever raised to toast the Queen," and he was, of course, asserting his identity as an Irish poet rather than a British one. But it was very interesting that it was wrapped up and framed in this particular way. So even very early on, there is this sense of the anthology, again, as a canonizing device, as a way to set boundaries and frame and corral and draw lines around who is ours and not ours, who is good and not good, so on and so forth. Local examples did not come to me during my school days, but I encountered them in the course of my own personal reading into the anthology. And of course, many of these titles would be familiar to those of you who work in Singapore literature, and many of them would have been led by pioneering figures such as Professor Edwin Thumboo, of course, without whose work this very notion of the Singapore anthology, I think, would not have been as strong as it is now. So in a sense, it is only because of the work that Edwin and his peers have done that we're able to, in a sense, have something to take off from, to push against, to reflect on and build on, and so on and so forth. But the anthology that in my teens, or the kinds of anthology that in my teens was perhaps the most widely read, the most widely known, were anthologies meant to be for entertainment. And these were books read by a mass public, and they were compiled at a very rapid pace, right? Your pulp horror fictions, many of you would have remembered the True Singapore Ghost Stories, which apparently stretched to something like 25 volumes from 1989 to 2017, if you can imagine that. And of course, VJ Times, which Cheryl has also mentioned, was a player in this field. Now, Cheryl just now mentioned that she didn't know of any or many VJ Times authors. Well, you're looking at one. My very first publishing debut was in a VJ Times anthology now. Something that people might have forgotten is even as VJ Times was putting out these anthologies of literary work, I'm sorry, not literary work, but horror fiction and things like that. They also had, so to speak, literary aspirations, right? So they tried to also collect work that was more reflective, more contemplative, closer to what we might consider literary works and so on. And two of these anthologies featured some of my work. Well, I was featured in one of them, I think the second one. And here they are, Crystal is Waking and Chrysanthemum Haiku. I've lost my own personal copies of these books, so I can't exactly look at what other authors are there. But what I do know is in 1991, a bunch of us, taking inspiration from anthologies such as Five Takes, which featured After Yapson and so forth, essentially young poets coming out with their own mini collections and banding together as an anthology to present themselves to the world. We approached VJ Times with little mini collection of poetry, and he took us on and published that. So in fact, my very first independent collection of poems, in a sense, was through VJ Times in 1991. That was my debut. And of course, this took my publishing and okay, I won't go there, but in a sense, this is how it all started, and this gave me my first taste of publishing. And since then, of course, it gave me a taste for moving on to various things over the next 20 years. Now, I want to jump to the year 1999-2000. I would say this is the very first anthology that I put together, and this was with co-editor Aaron Lee, who incidentally was also published by VJ Times, I think. Let's see. And I also want to highlight, like Cheryl, a sense of the deep generosity, I would say, of the literary scene and of the contributors that came across when we were trying to put this book together in 1999-2000. Now, why is that the case? And how did this come about? Well, first of all, here we were, two very young poets who had just had our first collections out in the late 1990s. But we were already getting the sense that there were a lot of people writing in Singapore, but there was nowhere where we could go to look at their work. I mean, this was in the days before the internet became a thing. This was in the days before Singapore Poetry Writing Month became a thing. There simply was no platform for writers, especially poets, to come together and meet each other. So we decided to generate one, to create one, taking reference from anthologies that we had come across, like The Second Tongue, like Journey, so on and so forth. We thought, okay, why don't we put together our own anthology? And I think right from the start, there was a sense of wanting to put together a collection of writing that was very different from what had come before. So where previous anthologies were canonical and essentially focused on a few known names, we would cast the net far and wide and collect and survey as many different voices as we could, using the common theme of urban poetry and urban writing as the sort of common point. We would also ask existing established writers for their work alongside brand new names, unknown names, and so on. And again, this is where I really want to give credit to the tremendous generosity of our senior contributors at the time. So we for example, went to Prof. Thumboo, and he quite readily supported us and happily gave us rights and permission to use the work. Same for Arthur, same for Zupeng, and so on and so forth. And if you think about it, it's remarkable that very senior figures would have put their trust in two complete unknown guys coming from nowhere who wanted to put together an independent anthology. And I think it is that level of communal trust, as it were, that has made the anthology possible in Singapore. And that's something I don't think we perhaps talk about. And remember, we were and still are not affiliated with any sort of academic or scholarly institutions. We were essentially independent writers and editors wanting to do this. And I think that was quite unusual at the time as well. Another thing that was unusual was us putting together the works, not by author name, but as a kind of narrative and conversation. So we would have poems sitting side by side, responding in a sense to each other. The way we curated and selected and arranged and sequenced the poems was to generate a certain sense of a narrative thread, regardless of the people behind it. So you might have a very senior writer next to a 16-year-old, next to a working lawyer, and so on. And the only thing that tied them together was they had something to say about a particular aspect of city life in Singapore. And their work seemed to be responding and talking to each other, or in a sense, contributing to a common theme. Now, what we did find when we tried to sequence it like that, I remember there was a weekend in KL. Aaron and I went up to KL. We had a whole stack of the short list of work that we wanted to use, that we thought was good. And we sort of sprawled it out on a big hotel floor and then sort of tried to mix and match it into some sort of sense. And what we did find was a sense of development from early writing about city life in Singapore, which very often was tinged with nostalgia, right? Was very often about how the old kampung life or the old rural life was sort of dying out. And you could see that the writing started to move towards a sense of acceptance of city life as a state of being, as the norm, the new normal, as it were. And then the newer poems becoming very, very comfortable with an increasingly digital lifestyle and the sense of the future being fast-paced and constantly in motion. And I've always thought that anthologies need to be reimagined and reframed and recurated with every generation. Just like I believe translations of classics need to be retranslated every generation. It's not about having one final authoritative singular vision, but a sense of different generations, different people, different communities, reframing and rethinking our heritage and our environment for ourselves. So I've been trying to see if any of the younger writers or editors might want to do a sequel to No Other City for 2020 or 2030, because I think it would look really different put together today compared to what we had to work with in the early 2000s. So another use I've had for the anthology is as a kind of diplomatic device, right? In 2001 rather, a group of us went to the Philippines for the first time, encountered the tremendous literary tradition there. And the experience was so striking for a whole range of reasons, including the fall of one president and the rise of another. And we decided to mark the occasion by putting together a bilateral anthology. This was love poems from both the Singaporean community of writers as well as from the Philippines. And we even got the respective ambassadors of both countries to launch the anthology in our respective territories. So I thought that was very interesting. Particularly interesting was the Filipino ambassador to Singapore at the time was himself the son of a famous Filipino poet. And he could just recite poems from memory just like that at the launch. The other striking and interesting thing was all the Singaporean love poems tended to be about breakups and unhappy relationships, whereas the Filipino love poems tended to be full of passion and eroticism and so on. Anyway, be that as it may. I've done a number of these sort of bilateral, in a sense, diplomatic anthologies, and the intent was to use the anthology as a kind of passport and calling card, right? A way not just of coming to terms with the fact that we have a new generation of voices in Singapore, but also one that felt ready, willing, and keen to engage with our counterpart anthologies, our counterpart communities around the world. And it was really coming from a sense of there being a wider world from which we could draw inspiration and comradeship and solidarity, and to which we could contribute with our particular view of how things are. So it isn't just, so it's about Singapore no longer just being a passive, in a sense, recipient of ideas of what is good or what is worthwhile or what is prestigious, but in a sense, adding our voice to the global and international conversation. In that sense, it also started my interest in translation as part of that bridging mechanism that anthologies can do. Double Skin, which is the Italian anthology that Cheryl has also mentioned, began not from our end, but from the fact that Tiziano Fratus, who's my Italian collaborator, contacted me one day from across the world. This is already the days of the internet, because he had come across some of the work we had put out there, both through our anthologies and through online journals such as QLRS, Quarterly Literary Review Singapore. And he was very interested in doing something together to sort of share voices from both sides. And this was what resulted. Because he was able to translate both our work, the work from both sides, we had a collection that essentially was two-faced and carried sort of languages, carried both languages at the same time, which was the first time I was doing something like that. The idea of bridging communities that might not otherwise talk to each other or bridge each other became something that was quite important from the mid to late 2000s. And you saw also the rise of anthologies that I didn't put together, but I, in a sense, helped to facilitate the development of. And these were anthologies that was felt for whatever reasons could not or would not have been put out by the sort of national institutions in Singapore. And so they had to take a private route. And this is something that is quite interesting to look at. So just as national institutions can, in a sense, confer legitimacy and authority, and of course, resources, they can also block particular kinds of voices from coming forward. What was interesting in the late 2000s is that these sorts of voices found alternative means of reaching a public. Now, both these anthologies were very popular. They sold out their print runs, which more than covered, in other words, their production costs. So there was an unmet demand, as it were, for particular kinds of voices, and anthologies were a very good way to reach them, to collect and reach them. These sorts of efforts continue, and you saw the sense of different communities of less heard or unheard voices becoming more and more prominent through events as well as related anthologies that sought to, in a sense, collect and discover and survey some of these voices. So, for example, the migrant workers in Singapore approached me in 2014, asking me to help out with their poetry competition. And through that initial effort, they've, I think, since become a fairly prominent voice and force in the literary scene today. And of course, with the COVID situation, their particular plight has become even more underlined. But it's only because we had that initial encounter about 5 to 6 years ago that we were able to have a way in to their perspectives and their voices. And I think they've become a fairly permanent or recurrent voice on the literary scene today in a way that would not have been possible when I first started. The very idea of what a Singaporean writer that deserves to be in a Singaporean anthology was or is has really changed over the past 2 decades. And that, in a sense, takes me to some of my more recent anthologies, and I'll quickly wrap up here. Temasek was, I think, the very first time I explicitly worked with Singaporean writing that wasn't Anglophone in origin. It was the very first time I started to work with writers from different language groups in Singapore, all working in translation. There's a whole long story behind how this anthology came about, but I won't go into it at this point. But suffice to say, I think I realized that there was a common energy cutting across the different writing groups in Singapore, different voices, that was never available to me before. I didn't hear before because, well, all too often because of Singapore's CMIO framework and context, segregated from each other, right? We don't get to hear or listen to or read each other's writing most of the time. So through Temasek, I had the opportunity to get translated work from across different genres and across the different language groups that work in Singapore. Some of which for the first time, some of the work, like the work of Chinese poet Ying Peian, a lot of his work had not been translated since the 1960s. But when it was brought forward into a language we could all understand, it felt very immediate and very fresh. And we realized that he had been drawing from influences going way beyond the Chinese literary scene. In other words, it began to give me a sense of Singapore writing, Singapore literature, as being perhaps able to cut across and relate across the traditional boundaries of language, race, and religion that we had come to believe were sort of definitive fences and bridges. And this brings me to the last anthology that I've ever done and probably will do for Singapore, which was Union in 2015, which was meant to be an SG50 project. And this really was taking that next step of really mixing up and cutting across and, in a sense, generating relations, as Cheryl puts it, between and across genres, languages, generations, and in this case, even borders. I mean, it was a very quick survey of 50 years of writing from Singapore, paired with 15 years of the Drunken Boat Journal in the US. So there were sort of relations being drawn between Singapore and the US, within Singapore, within the US, so on and so forth. And as part of, I would say, a certain move, an anti-authoritative move in this anthology, we eschewed curating and sequencing the work. Instead, we decided to list the work in the book by alpha order of the author. So we deliberately did not sequence the work, but we allowed the sort of random nature of the authors by their surnames or last names determine how the book would flow. And in this sort of serendipitous process, we discovered all kinds of unexpected resonances and relations because people were sitting side by side and sort of pushing, the work was pushing against each other in a way that wasn't determined by the editors, but by, in a sense, chance. And I found that quite exciting and interesting. I just want to quickly say that a lot of writers have come since then and come up with their own anthologies. And I think it's really, really exciting that there's a whole new generation of curators and editors, your Joshuas, your Theophilus Quacks, Joshua Ibs, Zi Hao Guangs, and Daryl Lims, and so on. And they have brought new perspectives to the work that's being produced in Singapore, and in thereby fashioning new and different ways of looking at the same pieces of work that we think we have. You've also seen since Temasek the rise of multilingual, in a sense, national, bilateral and multilateral, bilingual and multilingual anthologies coming to the fore. I think Anne said 2016 was a bumper year for anthologies. I think 2017 was pretty good as well for some reason. 2017, 2018 were quite big as well. And I'm sure we'll hear about these anthologies later on in the symposium. I'm just going to end with the idea that more recently I've started to move beyond curating and editing anthologies from a nation-bound, Singapore-bound perspective. And I really started to work across different boundaries and communities of practice that I'm involved with. And that, in a sense, I see as the next step in my anthology practice. And it's gotten me thinking about what might be possible if we start thinking, and we perhaps are already started to think this way, of literary practice, including Singaporean literary practice, as having and always having had relations that go beyond, in a sense, the colors of our passports, right? That go beyond our national boundaries, based on shared language, but perhaps not even based on shared language, based on a common affinity and literary aspirations. What would happen if we started thinking about our literary practice, Singaporean literature, as being involved in and engaged with traditions, conversations, and writings that go beyond national boundaries? What would happen if we think about literary practice in that sense as essentially and fundamentally multiple rather than singular and siloed? And I'll stop there. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alvin, and thank you, Cheryl. Let me make myself visible again. Yes, so I'm mindful of the time and the other events in this symposium. So I think we can take 2 questions for our 2 speakers on this first panel. And I think I can invite both Cheryl and Alvin to unmute and activate their video so that everyone in the audience can see them. Is that all right, Anne? Hello? Hello, can anyone hear me?
We hear you. I hear you.
Okay, thanks. I was asking our organizers if the 2 speakers should unmute and make themselves visible so that audience members can see them respond.
Hi, Weihsin. Yeah, that's fine. Sure.
Okay, that's
Thank
great.
you.
So I'm looking at the chat and I'm not seeing any questions right now. Perhaps they will come in a minute or 2. If you do have questions for Cheryl and Alvin, please do put them in the chat so that we can see them or I can read them out. Okay, we have one question from Ng Yi Sheng. The question is, I believe this is for both our panelists, or both our speakers. It seems like most of the leading Singaporean anthologists have been Chinese men. Any shifts, do you see any shifts in this? So again, the question, it seems like most of the leading Singaporean anthologists have been Chinese men. Do we see any shifts or movement in this?
I don't think Prof. Thumboo is a Chinese man. Not that it matters. And since then, we've seen, for example, writing, anthologies by Zakir Hussain, migrant worker poet. We've seen Annaliza's Sikit Sikit Lama Lama. We've seen Nazry do some work. We've seen Mark Nair, for example. So I don't know. I'm not sure that was necessarily true. Yeah.
My
And yeah, sorry, Cheryl.
I was just going to say, my sense is that they're mostly men, not necessarily Chinese men, but I mean, we were talking about VJ Times as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe to just amplify that gender part a bit, like thinking about the relationship between the fact that we have so many male editors, and then this is also, as I was sort of saying during the talk, that editorial work is seen as a sort of form of feminized service work. So sort of interesting to think through.
Yeah.
I don't have answers about that. It's just an observation.
It's very interesting, Cheryl, because when Body Boundaries, which was edited by Tanya de Rosario, came about, it was explicitly to address what was then felt and perceived as a kind of gender gap and so on. So it's significant. It exists precisely because that differentiation was felt, right? But I also want to point out that there have been some really, really good anthologies edited by women. I'm thinking of Coast, for example, that Weihsin put together as an example. There's also From the Belly of the Cat, and quite a few from Math Paper Press that we haven't had time to talk about, but they do exist. There is the Ayam Curtain, edited by a number of non-male editors as well. So they do exist. What is interesting though is the way in which anthologies are sort of held up or not held up. So the whole, you mentioned there are like 300 over anthologies today, but they're not all seen equally. What is it that gives us, the reader and editors, a sense of the hierarchy? What is a good or important anthology and what is not? I find that really interesting. It's not necessarily the market. It's not necessarily the fact that they become or do not become textbooks. What is it? What determines an important versus unimportant anthology? It's an interesting, and that may flow into questions of the power dynamics, gender dynamics, so on and so forth.
We do have a second question in the chat, and I'd like to give some time to that one. This is from Ann Ang, a question for both of our speakers. How does an editor differ from an author in their artistic roles? And might the role of the anthology editor be unique in the Singapore context?
Well, I could talk a little bit about it, I guess. I mean, I think I've been thinking a lot about, I've been reading the anthology or thinking about anthologies in contrast to the novel. And that's something I was trying to open up with in the beginning of my talk, about how when we think about the values of like the novel as sort of putting together a sort of progressive, not always progressive, but like a kind of singular narrative, and like the anthology doesn't quite match up with that. And how like work of arrangement is not seen as an aesthetic task. And that's something I find, I was thinking about how at the etymology of the word anthology is like bouquet, like a flower bouquet. And I'm thinking about like flower arranging. And again, I come back to like a sort of gendered metaphor and how that's not always seen as like artistic work. And so, what I'm trying to think through is like, how do we see the artistic work? Like, what does it take in our reading practices? And I think the challenge is that anthologies are really hard to read, like front to back. Like we don't read them as a sort of holistic aesthetic experience. And so it's like, what kind of reading methodologies do we have to employ in order to see the creative work of the editor? And I think that's, I would just say criticism isn't there yet. We haven't thought about that.
I think that's quite interesting. As part of the research I was doing during my doctoral work, I was thinking about precisely that question of, Singapore likes to call itself multicultural. What does that actually mean in literary practice terms? How does a sense of the multicultural show up in literary work? The novel is monolingual primarily, even though it might be, polyphonic and heteroglossing in different ways. And I came to realize that the anthology aspect of my creative practice was part of my way of addressing this thirst for the multiple, right? This sense of the anthology being able to really bring together different kinds of voices and in different ways. Even if it's the same pie, as it were, you can sort of cut it in any number of different ways, serve it differently, and so on. But at every turn, I did get the sense that I was pushing against a desire by the institutions and by readers, actually, for a familiar narrative. In other words, people didn't necessarily want the pie to be sliced different ways. They kind of wanted to be sliced the same way. A classic example is No Other City, which had no names in it, right? So the works were just listed in the book page by page without the author's names. The authors were at the back. And so many people came to me in the early days and said, why don't you have the author's names? How do I know who is worth reading and who not, right? And of course, our point was, read the work, you know, play the ball, not the man. Focus on the work, focus on what the work is telling you. Don't worry so much about who is the authority and who not. Let the work speak for itself. But apparently that was counterintuitive. And I think that had to do with the politics of reading and readership that are with us to this day. And we haven't even begun to sort of tease apart that and how it connects to things like funding or lack of funding, and who counts as Singaporean enough to warrant a grant and things like that.
I'm sorry that we have to wrap up our Q&A and discussion at this point. I'm mindful of the time as usual, but my thanks again to Cheryl and Alvin for their presentations and for taking these two questions from the chat. I would now like to hand the time over to Professor Angela Poon, who will introduce our next speaker, Professor Edwin Thumboo. Over to you, Angela.
Thanks very much, Weihsin. Welcome everyone to the next item of our symposium, which is a talk by Professor Edwin Thumboo entitled The English Anthology in Singapore and Southeast Asia. Just a gentle reminder first for audience members to type their questions in the chat box during the talk so that we can have a short Q&A at the end. Professor Thumboo is Emeritus Professor at the National University of Singapore. He continues to write poetry, and his latest book, A Gathering of Themes, has just been shortlisted for this year's Singapore Literature Prize for Poetry. But today he's here to speak to us about his influential work as an anthologist. He is responsible for many foundational anthologies from 1970 to 2010, and these include The Flowering Tree, The Second Tongue, Seven Poets, Singapore and Malaysia, and the multilingual The Poetry of Singapore and the Fiction of Singapore, which are part of the series Anthology of ASEAN Literatures. At this point, I will pass the time over to Professor Thumboo so that he can give his talk. Thank you.
Good evening. My paper is a short one. When we talk about anthologies, we have to remember that we have at least about 70 years to play around with. First, some history. Given its function after the end of colonialism, English was by far the most international language. Officially, it is the fourth language of Singapore, I mean SG languages, the other three of ours being Malay, Chinese, and Tamil. Now these two, Chinese and Tamil, have long histories, the former going back beyond 5,000 years. Their classical traditions are well established, but their centers are outside SG, in China and Tamil Nadu. Those who planned to read for English, honors in English, knew more. For instance, I realized William Shakespeare was the greatest poetic dramatist, but it was Ben Jonson, dramatist, poet, critic, teacher, who was the completer writer. I had read and reread his Timber or Discoveries that dealt with most of the problems we faced in a tradition where the poetic language was also growing. For them, and I quote from him, language most shows a man. Speak, that I may see thee. It springs out of the most retired and inmost parts of us. and is the image of the parent of it, the mind. No glass renders a man's form or likeness so true as his speech. How did the language spread? Broadly, it had within Britain and Ireland, that's first, then further in America, then Canada, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand. These were known as dominions. They formed the second section. Then the colonies over the later years from Aden to Zanzibar. That is the third and most important section. Then as the literature achieved maturity, moving from the vertical to the horizontal, 3A. Then as the literature achieved maturity, moving from the vertical to the horizontal, then increasing to other countries as a second business, foreign, or international language. That is the fourth section. And space. Then under the oceans, provided we are driven there, that will be the sixth area. Each phase is an age. From the 50s till today, this SG literary line moved one into the other gradually as each shift took time to establish itself. You educated yourself into each of these phases, the phase into which you're born. My concern here is with 3 and 3A, in which all ex-colonies, including SG, belong. It was the extensive colonialism in this phase, 3, which laid the foundations of the broader, larger global literacy in English. Now, SG joined later, about 10 years later, after Japan surrendered. Early flowering of Go Sintap, Hedwig Aruzu, later Hedwig Anwar, and most of you will know her as Hedwig Anwar, Lim Tian Su, Wang Gangwu, Mira Lim, and a few others such as James Peter Chin, between 1948 and 1950, inspired the emergence of forces around 1955 in the Faculty of Arts, University of Malay, Bukit Timah campus in Singapore. It was in Dunman Road, Singapore. I knew a little about anthologies before I went up to the university. Palgrave's The Golden Treasury, the Oxford Book of English Verse. But a later favorite was Richard Aldington's The Viking Book of Poetry of the English-speaking World. Some 375 pages and with nearly 1,300 poems by the better-known poets in the older English-speaking world, Britain, Ireland, the USA. Aldington was a firm prisoner of his world, and he remained in this main area. It is worth recalling that Robin Williams, the American actor, used Aldington's anthology as his text in the film Dead Poets Society, and that was in 1989. Great as it was, he was right to rip its introduction out. The idea behind was great, the anthology was not. Back home here, Wong Pui Nam and Tan Han Ho edited the first local anthology, Litmus I, for the Raffles Society. It brought together much of the university poetry written between 1949 and 1957. 49 was when the University of Malay was formed. Moreover, they were unusual in having moved into modern American poetry and criticism, were influenced by John Crowe Ransom's idea that, and I quote, a poem should be a fusion of a sensory embodiment of ideas, texture, and its equivalent in abstract terms, holding the framework of the poem together, structure. Now, this accounts for two principles that Han Ho and Pui Nam adopted for selection. Firstly, to include any poem which we judge to be neither bad nor indifferent, to present a bird's eye view of university verses since 1949. The next anthology was Herman Hochstadt's collection of short stories, The Compact. a selection of Singapore University of Malaya short stories, 1953 to 1959. He was probably influenced by the two Litmus I editors as he noted the period he covered. There was no further anthology in English in Singapore or Malaysia till The Flowering Tree, which I put together within a fortnight for the literary and cultural symposium I organized for the secondary school students. Students needed poems. I had at the same time decided to do two other anthologies at a later date. These were Seven Poets, 1973, and The Second Tongue, 1976. Apart from settling down in the Department of English, to which I had returned in mid-66, I wanted time to cultivate Heinemann educational books here in Hong Kong and in London. The space of 3A is now open-ended. It is no longer possible for individual anthologies to dominate lengthily. Aldington's was the last one. What we have now, after 2080, is something like Grayson Keller's Good Poems, 2002, Good Poems for Hard Times, 2005, and Good Poems, American Places, 2011. Here are the three books. They are beautiful, but very, very local. I can only hold two at a time. Thank you. Now, he's from Minnesota, America. His anthologies are in a series that may well grow. For him, his field is American and less of the older areas. But he takes his own interests as primary and is very close to American poetry, especially young American poetry. Every one of the poems in these anthologies has been read over radio in Minnesota. He believes that that is the best way of testing a poem. Yet his collection is intriguing for the poems it includes and the poems it has left out. Both are important. It is phase 3A, for instance, of the Romantics. Wordsworth, Coleridge, Keats, Byron, Shelley, only Keats appears once in 3 volumes. Now, the delicacy of Wordsworth's Lucy poems, a short, eminently instructive sequence, is not present. For what they can do, Kailor is able to find elsewhere in his American poems. Let me go through briefly what I did in each anthology. The Flowering Tree was merely to provide a collection of poems. It was a convenience for the secondary school students. My next anthology, The Second Tongue, belongs to the latter part of 3, when writing had spread and developed from Aden to Zanzibar. We in SG and Malaysia had a body of poetry, and I was therefore able to distribute them among different sections. Growing up, moods and persons, folkways, Kampung and town, my country and my people, and finally words. Such were the times that I looked for poets and poems. These 2 things. For not all poets I selected continued to write. A few wrote 1, 2, or 3 poems of interest and then dropped out. It was an anthology of this time which I tried to make interesting by arranging the poems as I did. Before the next small but important anthology, reflecting on the Malay, an anthology of poems which I did with Yao Kai Chai in 2009, I was general editor for the ASEAN Anthology for SG, a most expensive undertaking. I still remember we sent back 20,000 American dollars because we in Singapore, we had worked on the anthology without paying ourselves. That was terrible. And the money was asked for by Thailand, by the Philippines, and by Indonesia. And I found it surprising because they said that the money was needed because of the cost of printing. And I knew that the cost of printing was most expensive in Singapore. And we did the same number of volumes. Now, each nation had literary elements attracting strong politics. Malaysia would only include Malay writing. Work in Chinese, Tamil, and English would be excluded. Both Thailand and Philippines had Malay writers in the southern parts. Unlike Malaysia, they were included. So politics was vital. The Malayan anthology also of 2009 was done with Kai Chai. Had 3 other language editors, each a specialist. The Malayan is one of our very few symbols, and will likely continue to inspire poems which will form an interesting SG sub-theme. Coming poets will compose their poetry using it. It will gradually lose its early, poetically unstable, uncomfortable and unstable history. And words, Poems, Singapore and Beyond, 2010 is perhaps my most serious anthology. It is meant to help students and teachers. The introduction maps the development of stages 3 and 3A, taking in the whole of the British Empire. It examines key developments as the main phases of an imperial expansion over the globe, over the years, summed up in 3 fairly detailed diagrams I provided, with arguments and explanations and elaborate endnotes. I worked into the space allotted. I did not know Taylor's anthologies. Yet, and words shared the principles we both applied in the selection of poems. We picked a combination of familiar, well-known ones, those middling and young, and new poems from home. Most of us would know Sailing to Byzantium, particularly the final phase or final stanza. Once out of nature, I shall never take my bodily form from any natural thing, but such a form as Grecian goldsmiths make of hammered gold and gold enameling to keep a drowsy emperor awake or set upon a golden bar to sing to the lords and ladies of Byzantium of what is past, is passing, or to come. Each of the preceding 3 stanzas has the same utterly unique neatness, neatness of thought, feeling, argument built around it, taking the poem steadily, firmly further. A clear answer to those dying generations, a poem that grows in you, even if you are firmly Christian. I wanted short, serious forms, popular among all our poets, to balance the heavy earlier part that taxed readers, the part about the growth of empire poetry, and decided to have 4: couplets, haiku, quatrain, and pantus. It reminded readers that we could contribute to our English. Pantun was at the core of the Malay poetics in our part of the world. Haiku borrowed from the Japanese, a form whose intricacies, over 17 syllables, were subtle to monumental. There were other anthologies I did for the creative arts program I founded using funds from Yap Botiong and located with the gifted students program of the Ministry of Education. I recalling doing 2 anthologies for them. Each annual volume that was brought out, in addition to these 2 anthologies, carrying students' work, was done by Anne Parker. I was the chief editor of Journeys, Words, Home and Nation, an anthology of Singapore poetry, 1984 to 1995, which had poems in 4 languages. The Chinese, Malay, and Tamil poems had English translations side by side. I quote from the foreword, which was written by Tommy Koh. The volume was dedicated to the late Mr. Ong Teng Chong, who was at that time President of the Republic. And of the arts, it is literature that gives the most comprehensive expression to both the individual and collective life, the experiences of the people. And of literature, it is poetry that makes a special contribution through its reach, intensity, resonance, and ways of seeing, remembering, and capturing. I did not have much to do, but nonetheless, the selection of poems had my full approval. In 2009, we celebrated the 25th anniversary of SG's internal self-government. 50 on 50, I wanted to control, and therefore had the help of only 3 senior associate editors. This is the volume. It's got beautiful illustrations. It's very, very well done and quite popular, the volume. Poems were arranged according to the age of the poets. English translations followed the poems, which had beautiful illustrations. An interesting point about Lee Kuan Yew. Alfian Saad's piece was critical of him. I was asked to look at it again. This I had expected and asked whether Lee, whose so many achievements were massive and obvious, could not take it. Nihil obstat. This is what the Catholics always have in their books. Finally, Southeast Asia. Now, Rajiv Patke, Isabella Banzon, Philip Holden, and Lily Tope edited an anthology of English writing from Southeast Asia, from the Philippines, Malaysia, and SG. They left out English writing of Hong Kong, which Bolton and Shirley Lim did much to promote. For instance, Eklund Lam's poetry should have been included. Hong Kong is at the northern edge of Southeast Asia, with which she has close relations. It is normally a thriving center and a major user of English, and it's a pity that they were left out. There is no extensive organic intimacies between the poets and other writers of the region that would lead to a special sharing of literary intimacy. We have trade and social relations. Our Englishes are different, and the Philippines having theirs from America, the others from Britain. They have been changed, influenced by local languages. Our historical experience too is unique. It is the only area globally, and this is something you have to remember, influenced by, it's the only area globally with all the major colonial powers here. Spanish, Portuguese, British, Dutch, French, American, and finally Japanese. And let's remember, it is the Japanese who made the whole of this part of Asia, the Far East, united under one government. Nobody else managed to do that, and it was for 3.5 years. Now, the editor's difficulties were mentioned or discussed in the introduction, which is worth reading very carefully. I found it interesting, and I was a bit fascinated at the way they argued their case. They decided to present these literatures through a set of 10 themes, from place, religion, and folk culture, to finally travel and diaspora. The anthology has so much material that it can provide text for many different courses, where it can combine its themes or select from its text to plan one. That is its great value. Conclusions. First, the environment. The line of phrases, especially 3 and 3A, they are basic. Next, the purpose of the anthology. That's the kind of question you have to ask yourself. Is it historical or contemporary? Needed to establish its parameters? Do I need help? And what form shall it take? As editors, consultants, or more casual, that means how to acknowledge it? How are the poems to be gathered? Will we go to the poets, their books, other anthologies, or, and this is most important, to where the poems were first published? Having anything done in the areas before, if there were, how would it influence the shape of the anthology that you're doing? Would it be broad, middling, or narrow? Now, these are questions that cross my mind. I'm sure there are others. I'm sure prospective anthologies among, or anthologists among you would have them. The more the better. They should be of your generation. And in time, Joshua Yip would tell us more. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Prof. Thumboo, for your wonderful talk. If there are any, I don't see any questions on the chat at the moment, but if you have some questions, could you write it on the chat? I think it's easier to see and to read out. Perhaps while we are waiting for some questions, I could ask Prof a question. We are here in the same room, which is at NIE, so a few of us managed to come to campus today. Perhaps, Prof, could you say a little bit more about ASEAN anthologies and whether you see that, whether something else can be done similar to what you did and what might be the challenges now?
There will be no room for anything new unless the people come together. Because poems are about real things. There must be a connection between the people. There must be a deep exchange among the people. The anthologists can look forward to it, but the anthologists cannot create it. And poems that cross cultures, move from one people to another, or you enter another, you have to enter the other culture first. You've got to be with them. Because poetry does real things. It can anticipate, but only so much. Otherwise, your anticipation comes to an end. So there isn't enough contact of that kind. There's a little bit of it. Some of the Filipinos who are here, some of the Bangladeshis who are here, have written such poems. But they are not us. Singaporeans haven't gone to live there in their countries. Or those who have gone there are specialists in other areas. They are not literati. So there must be this mixing first before we can have a different kind of anthology. And this is why the anthology put together by Lili Tope, Rajiv Papatke, and so on, took the line they did. So what they did was to have 10 themes and got poems from the Philippines, from Malaysia, from Singapore, but not from Hong Kong, and put them in these 10 themes. But the poems don't relate to each other. They have their singularity, their area. In other words, we must have 3 and 3A involving 2 countries. That is an important question. It's a very important question. I always tell I used to tell my students, 200, 250 years from now, Singapore will have only Singaporeans. Intermarriages, mixing, the only group that will stay on its own, most likely because of Islam, will be the Malays. You have to enter because of the religion. If you marry a Muslim, you have to be a Muslim. But interestingly enough, and this is something that few people know, that it is possible for Muslims and Christians to marry without having to convert. And this was the experience they had after the Crusades in that part of the world. When you had Godfrey of Bouillon being king of one of the kingdoms there, in Jerusalem, in that area, the time of Saladin, you could remain Christian or Muslim, and you didn't have to convert.
Thank you. Okay, any questions from Prof. Thumboo? For Prof. Thumboo, I don't see any.
Doesn't matter if there are no questions, because few people will know the history or what the history was like in my time. For instance, when I put together the anthology, the 7 poets, what was interesting was the poems were good. But looking at those poets 20 to 30 years later, you will find all of those poems are their early poems. And you ask yourself, will that anthology be of any value? No. It served its moment. But after that, some other anthologies take over. For instance, the poems I put into second tongue, the poems of the seven poets there. The only poet I couldn't add to was the one by Wong Mei. Wong Mei had left Singapore, had gone into Europe, and I couldn't find her at that time. Later on, I found out that she settled in Ireland. And so I could only update the poems of the other poets. Go Po Seng, my own poetry, Muhammad Saleh, Lee Su Ping, Wong Pui Nao, and Lee Gang Hong, of course. So I could bring them up to date. But the arrangement was different, so you won't see it immediately. The new poems weren't with them under their names. No, they were under their names, but elsewhere, distributed throughout the anthology, because the principle I wanted to use was different.
Yes, I guess the point you're making is about the anthology as a kind of snapshot also, right? And then it moves on. And so that's why every age will have its anthologies. Still, and if there are no questions for Prof. Thumboo, perhaps I can hand the time back to Anne and to our for our next panel, because we are running a little late, but please thank me, everybody, somehow by showing your appreciation for Prof. Thumboo for coming down today to give his talk. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you so much, Prof. I think we're at the middle of our program now, and we're running about 10 minutes behind schedule, but I hear your request for a short intermission and a short comfort break. So the second panel will begin in about 10 minutes time at 3:45. So if we could all come back to where we currently are at 3:45, we'll start the next panel on time. Thanks, everyone. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We're just about to get started with our second panel, from which we'll hear from practitioners in the field itself. So the title of the panel is From the Editor's Desk, Is the Anthology a Literary Form? And we have 3 wonderful speakers with us here today. So Ms. Annaliza Bakri, Ms. Verena Tay, and Mr. Ng Kage. So our first speaker for today is Ms. Annaliza Bakri. She's an educator and translator, and her writings, interviews, and literary translations have been published by Prairie Schooner, Brooklyn Rail, Transnational Literature. I'm not sure, is it SPORS or Singapore's? Woody Cricket, Asymptote, and Center for Stories. She has also edited and translated a poetry anthology titled Sikit Sikit Lama Lama Jadi Bukit, and Alvin Pang's What Gives Us Our Names into the Malay, Yang, forgive my pronunciation, Yang Menamakan Kita. So without further ado, I would like to call on Anna to unmute herself, share her screen, and her talk today is titled Weaving the Indah, What's Next?
Okay, thank you, Anne. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Excellent. Thank you for inviting me, and thanks to everyone for spending your afternoon with us. So allow me to just share my screen. Okay, so the title of my presentation will be Weaving the Indah, What's Next? And before I even go through your Happy National Day to everyone, but before I start, allow me to just share some personal thoughts with regards to what has been said by Alvin as well as Prof. Thumboo. So the first one would be, I think anthologies are not sexy, but it does touch, it does touch one's sensuality, sensibilities, as well as inhibitions. And I think that is very important, especially if you're writing from the Malay community or from a minority community. And then the second part with regard to what was mentioned by Prof. Thumboo, yes, Prof, there were a lot of anthologies that involved the Malay writers, but I think we also have to give credit, especially after separation, as to what happened to the Malay writers, the status of the Malay writers, the kind of recognition given to the Malay writers, as well as what do the Nusantara writers have to do? So what they have done is that to actually give our Singapore Malay writers a lot of space and a lot of platform. In fact, up till today, we have a lot of anthologies that are still involving the Malay-speaking countries, our neighbors. And I think that has helped to actually contribute to the literary ecosystem involving our Malay writers. So I think that is one of the things that I believe I should highlight for us to actually frame the idea of later on translated works or anthologies that involve bilingual editions or even translations. One of the things that actually growing up in Singapore made me wonder with regard to how we actually look at anthologies would be, we have to first and foremost look at the language and literary landscape of Singapore first. And one of the things that I believe, I'm speaking based on my experience in editing and translating Sikit-Sikit Lama-Lama Jadi Bukit, a bilingual poetry anthology. But what I feel is that it is a known fact that not every citizen in Singapore could speak the national language, and that's the hard truth. And I think many of us could relate to what Lily Zubaida says in her book, like, ironically, in contemporary Singapore, the elementary questions, siapa nama kamu, di mana awak tinggal, and the words of the national anthem, Majulah Singapura, are not understood by most Singaporeans owing to their lack of familiarity with the national language. So yes, coming back to our topic would be anthologies playing an important role in including works written in other languages to be easily accessed. Anthologies do make it accessible for majority who can't understand the minority languages, including the national language. So if we look at the literary landscape, as we mentioned just now, right, Malay is our national language, but there is hardly a value add if we include Malay prose or poetry without its translation, because no one or majority is not going to understand it. So this is why, again, I stress on the importance of translated and bilingual editions, which are very crucial to ensure a more inclusive literary ecosystem. I'm not trying to say that NAC is not doing their job, but what I'm trying to say is that we are looking at inclusivity. We're trying to make sure that everyone is represented. And this is where bilingual education and bilingual anthologies or anthologies with translations help to bridge that gap. In a multicultural and multilingual society as well, translation is more than just an art. So this is where I would include translation into our discussion. It is an important bridge to get society to be more conscious of lesser known issues such as identity and displacement of a community that has evolved to be a minority group, for instance, specifically our Malay community. And in this case, anthologies with its translations offer a platform for us as a nation to address the problem of, let's say, historical amnesia, as Singapore aims to progress even further. And at times, putting heritage and culture at the periphery, what is essential, is art essential, is literature essential? And so that's my driving force, and how I frame anthologies that include Malay works. And also how we need to understand the Singapore context first before we even move on to discussing anthologies. So these are the kind of works or the Malay works that have actually moved over to access, to reach out to a wider readership. And we move on to today's topic again, how many of us would then invest in a translated work or a translated anthology written or featuring our Singapore Malay writers. If I were to just have an anthology in Malay, would any one of us actually pick it up? First and foremost, you need to find a bookstore to actually find the book and have access to purchase the book. And so anthologies, as mentioned by Alvin just now, Cheryl, as well as also mentioned by Prof Thumboo just now, we look at how anthologies give Malay poems the platform they badly need in the ironic case of Singapore multicultural, multilingual landscape. And how real is our Singapore literature or literary landscape if we do not include works written in the minority languages? It makes me also wonder, in a sense that, we mentioned just now, it's such a real challenge to find Malay books. So we question ourselves, how can then anthologies support the Malay writers? Are the Malay writers not writing? So we know the answer is no. Are publishers reluctant to embark on this journey? What I will have to say is that we have to be fair and open about it. Businesses need to stay alive. So which is why people like Kenny Lake, the gung-ho bookseller, okay, the bookstore owner who published Sikit-Sikit, I'm not sure where he gets his support from. It could be passion, it could be the commitment to the entire literary landscape, but this is what we're talking about. We need to actually do so much more, and this is how anthologies give us the space and the platform to do so. And while there are many attempts by the English writers, namely Alvin Pang, Cyril Wong, and even Joshua Ip, who consciously make an effort to include Malay poems, I guess, in today's woke society, there will be many individuals or some individuals, they'll be quick to jump at this by suggesting this is guided by the man-made CMIO walls. So you see, I also understand it's not easy. One moment you want to include the minority groups, and then the other moment, you get into this CMIO, dilemma and limbo. But like it or not, these walls, these CMIO walls, they are good pillars of support. I'm not trying to say that it is the correct thing to do. I'm just saying that it's good pillars of support. Let's be kind and think positive, and these anthologies actually give opportunities that in turn give Malay writers a chance to share their voices, a chance for them to be read, a chance for them to be seen, to be recognized. And I refuse to see this as, I'm giving you a chance, you're just a token, it's tokenism. I refuse to see it in this manner because I think that's a very myopic manner of viewing things. And I think we are more mature than that. We're more professionals than that, And I think this is a step forward. And if we have a long way to go, I hope the bilingual poetry anthology published by Metro Press, Sikit-Sikit Lama-Lama Jadi Bukit, would then allow us to actually embark on this journey together. So if we look at White Snakes, we look at White Snakes and we look at, let's say, the anthology itself. Okay, so we look at how there's a lot of irony here. There's a lot of, what do we do about anthology? Is that really essential for us to, to have these anthologies? And like it or not, I believe that, it's not so simple. There's always this thing that, we have to maneuver, we have to negotiate between, the irony and the reality. And then we talk about, the absence and the presence, profit and loss, and as I mentioned just now, CMIO. And then we move on to what next would be translation and as well as bilingual edition. So the current Singapore literary landscape reignites the translation flame, a kind of semangat that overwhelms my soul, a kind of spirit, an experience that could be translated as a strong call of pursuit to do more for the Singapore Malay writers who are not acknowledged enough. So I set out to create through this anthology, this bilingual anthology, to introduce and showcase Malay language and Malay literature. And it will not be wrong to say that I found another purpose in the literary world, as not only do I teach the national language and infuse literature at work, but working with the Singapore Malay poets on several projects has led me to understand and appreciate a sense of augmented reality that the writers have shared with me during our Sarbat Teh Tarik sessions. And this augmented reality is actually born out of suppressed and forgotten histories. So if you do not have an anthology that include our Malay writers, then I think it will just make things worse for them. They can't just be talking about poems and novels at the Saubat stall, but they have very good works, and I think they deserve to share it with everyone else. So I feel that the Malay literary community, we hope to share this collective narrative. It's not just our story, as in the Malay community, so it's actually our story, the Singapore story, with a wider audience. And we move on to weaving the Indah. Several questions came to mind as I was selecting the poems for this anthology, including what to include, what to exclude, what is the social history that I would like to put forth. I think Prof. Thumboo mentioned just now the purpose of anthologies. What do we want out of it? And so what I want out of it is to make sure that the history, the stories, the narrative is not lost. That is what I mean by weaving the Indah. I mean, we do know that, Malay language is beautiful, but yes, every language is sublime. But how do then we make sure that it's more reachable to the wider Singapore community? So I was actually very anxious about interpreting the correct narrative, the tone, the voice of the Malay poets. I think we do come from different generations, so it's a little bit difficult, challenging, but not impossible. So in approaching the poetry anthology, I knew for certain that I wanted to do two things, as I mentioned just now: tell the social history of the Malay community and explore the voice of the Malay poets in countering myth and stereotypes imposed on the community. I think if you read Professor Syed Hussein Alatas, The Myth of the Lazy Native, you understand where I'm coming from. And at the same time, I also wanted to debunk the myth and stereotype that Malay language is a beautiful language, as if its finesse and subtlety, the cultural values embedded in the language, and the fact that it is seen or deemed to be too poetic, perhaps not as lucid, makes it inferior and less important. So there were a few things that I was trying very hard to achieve. I'm not sure that I'm successful. I choose to believe I am, but so what is the best way to do so? As an educator, things can get quite limited, but how do I reach society in that sense? And so yes, edit and translate a bilingual poetry anthology. So sikit-sikit lama-lama jadi bukit, picture courtesy of Wadah Bookstore, support local. So as I embark on the journey of curating and translating poems for the bilingual poetry anthology, I know for certain that poems will evoke lost time, memory, and forgotten spaces. And I observe that many Singaporeans, including those in the local literary scene, has never read Malay literary work unless it has been translated. So thank you to Alvin Pang, Cheryl Wong, Joshua Ip for doing what they can. Even if Malay writers are invited for panels, it is rare that they are placed on panels that also feature international writers or even local writers who write English. It takes a while, okay? From my observation at certain festivals, it does take a while. Perhaps the Singapore society, maybe we're not ready, maybe we're not open enough to listen and read works written by local writers who write in Mandarin, Malay or Tamil, but I think there's this One Story initiative by National Library where works are being translated into 4 different languages, and I think that's another great start. We do not have to perpetuate certain biases or claims as to why the situation is as such. But let's move forward to what we can do for our own literary landscape. So why do I then propose a bilingual anthology? The first and foremost would be because it will raise consciousness. It will inspire, it will aspire. We're looking at negotiating spaces, social and cultural history, and breaking down barriers. I think as much as we are deemed as first world nation, I think there are more walls. People are getting a little too sensitive. People are getting a little too, I don't know what's the correct word to use, but yes, I think we talk about literary text documenting, various phases and timeline of a certain community, recording ideas and values and, prevalent trends and styles that might have shaped the consciousness and the culture. And this is why I propose a bilingual anthology and the importance of having bilingual anthologies, because translation has a role to play in the creation of the national tapestry. And translation always involves shedding barriers and making oneself vulnerable. Prof just now mentioned about, you have to understand a person's culture. You have to go into that culture. Yes, Prof, I do agree with you, because a translator or someone who wants to go into a different realm, we need to uplift certain issues and contexts, and this often escape the eye of the majority. So this dialogue and spaces in poetry and translation allows for interaction between the reader, the writer, and the translator. And we're also looking at how a bilingual anthology, because of all the processes that it involves, we're looking at also the process of intellectualization of the community. As you know, we delve into the spirit of imagination that reignites consciousness. And we look at how a bilingual anthology will act as a perpetuator, a propagator, provocateur of facts and fiction. And this is where we are talking about a responsibility, a shared responsibility, where we share our boundaries with the readers, where there's interrogation, inquisition, that is part of our social education. And in Singapore, I believe, because based on my own experience with regard to poetry translation, it offers an opportunity for history to be redefined through an art form. In other words, the destruction of what appears to be monopolized past is a crucial part of the process for the construction of the present and, of course, the future. And in a way, Sikit-Sikit Lama-Lama Jadi Bukit as an anthology is hopeful about reclaiming a few pages of a historical emphasis. As Seamus Heaney said, and in their wake right down to the present, the work of the writer has been crucial in keeping alive conscious and the spirit of freedom, not only within the individual psyche, but also in the collective mind of nations and people. So we're talking about the writings of dissonance, the writing of counterpoints that not only aim to defend one's worth and rights, but also to offer a glimmer of hope for a better tomorrow. So that, these minority communities are also included, okay, and they are actually accepted and embraced and treated as one united nation through their literary sensibilities. So as much as translation is never an innocent, transparent activity, because it challenges and unshackles hegemony, and at the same time, it empowers certain groups, marginalized groups. So it's not so easy to actually come up with a bilingual anthology. There's a lot of things to think about as you select works. Having said that, these bilingual anthologies that I'm trying to propose, I'm trying to promote, actually liberates users and readers of both the original and translated languages. I think one of the things that we are very proud of is our bilingual education, but I think over the years, many people are questioning. I mean, I've heard my own friends who can't speak their mother tongue or claim that what they're learning is not their mother tongue. But you see, there's a lot of issues with regard to that. But what can bilingual anthologies then do? They can empower the users. They can empower the learners in that way. They break down certain stereotypes. And so I feel translated anthologies, they are actually a very key weapon or tool to open up frontiers and borders, to allow interaction, as well as to hear a dialogue, a kind of exchange between communities, countries, and also cultures. So this is where we bring in social history in art form and how a bilingual anthology actually has a part to play. So as I mentioned just now, it helps to enrich and enlighten Singapore's literary ecosystem. We're looking at how we need to have more concrete plans in the pipeline to ensure sustainability. It must be developmental too. And yes, I'm referring to more efforts to support translation and the publication of translated works. I know Epigram has done a number of works with regard to the novels. Well done to Edwin. But it's not about simply giving funds. Although I must stress, it is very crucial to give us money. Okay, and I also applaud the efforts of Kai Chai, Pooja Nancy in scheduling panels on translation during Writers' Festival. But as the title of my presentation states, what's next? Editors of anthology should also consider the inclusion of other writers and also having translated works. And this is where I also would like to take the opportunity to actually thank Syndic Station for pushing for Malay poems on their poetry.sg. But yes, again, what's next after that? So honestly, if I'm a reader or an editor, I would ask why I should include or read Malay works, the original and or the translated form. So if we look at just, let's say, the poems in Sikit-Sikit Lama-Lama Jadi Bukit, we talk more than just the physical landscape. I will just share later on, maybe just 2 poems, but I will not discuss it further for lack of time. And this is what I think Paulo Freire mentioned. We need to observe well, we need to compare well, infer well, and to imagine well. And I have to say that I felt very vulnerable in this journey too. I think I took quite a long time to do this anthology because the act of translation, my own act of translation, means that I'm selecting and retelling a strand of memory that is bound to a local area with a shared sense of history that may or may not be the kind of palette and voice that present or represent the collective narrative. So I always wonder why then Sikit-Sikit Lama-Lama Jadi Bukit is important. And based on my own experience, all I want to offer is one of this. I want to offer a Malay writer. I want to promote a Malay writer. I want to promote a Malay work. And I want to offer a spectrum of conversation. I want to offer and invite contestations. And to be honest, an anthology, a bilingual anthology like this, allows me to offer you Singaporeans a buffet. You know, Singaporeans like food, right? A buffet, you know, a buffet of Malay writers, a buffet of Malay works. Unimagined, unseen, unexamined. It opens up a whole world of meaning. And also, I think the presence and the absence also unravel hidden skeletons that must be realized by us looking through via the mode of translation. And we know that, you know, if we want to look at Malay poems, there will be a lot of things for us to talk about. And if you look at just Song of the Brow by Jufri Superart, you know, it speaks of the relationship between Singapore and Malaysia. I think there are a lot more efforts to be done as well with regard to how we even interpret our own history. And this is where the Malay writers can offer. Away from the mainstream, an alternative history, perhaps a different take. And this is very important as we form our own tapestry. And we look at negotiating text and context. As I mentioned earlier, I believe in anthologies because every opportunity to appear on the pages, on the panel, means that Singapore Malay writers, editors, translators can present a voice. We can share what we think. An alternative voice, you know, to a wider audience. But more importantly, I think we just want to touch minds and hearts by showcasing a different or similar style, imagination, and concern. And we want to connect the dots on this island because as much as we embrace diversity and celebrate Racial Harmony Day, we really do not know what's going on in other communities. So I believe, and I dare say that the Singapore literary ecosystem needs more help in this area, and there must be more concrete plans to do so. Do we have the efforts, we have the energy, do we have the commitment? It's something that the entire literary system and ecosystem, everyone in it, then we have to think about it. Okay. This is another example of why I say we need to negotiate text and context. It's also because, you know, we talk about, let's say, Muhammad Latif Muhammad work. You know, I have people who wonder why he like to use the word virgin. Is there a sexual obsession and things like that? But if you really understand Malay writers, you would know that, you know, why virgin is because, you know, he grapples with the pregnancy of loss and displacement while ensuring that his poems carry a social, political resonance. And it's not so easy for us to just offer a translation. So what's next? We have a bilingual anthology. We have anthologies that include Malay works and its translations, but we also need to have discussions. We also need to have that dialogue. If not, then, you know, we will start forming more myths and stereotypes, which then, you know, bring us back to square one. So Singapore, not just Indah, okay? Well, we know that, you know, if we look at, you know, the late L.S. de Baliak, said that translators are exemplary citizens of the Republic of Letters who continually make it possible for every reader, all of us, to be part of the story of a temporary community committed to the lost cause that represents our true home. And this temporary community gives us temporal solitude as we immerse in the Indah, weaving the tapestry of the past, the present, the future, real or imagined. But this is our shared heritage that will be part of our collective memory as we embark on our journey of mutual discovery. So here, having a bilingual anthology or translations, the inclusion of translations together with the original work, allow us to actually overcome the kind of atrocities and barbaric manners that we see in today's world. So we should push for more bilingual anthologies, poetry or prose. And I'll end with Dr. Gree. Okay, speaking from a minority community, anthologies, especially bilingual editions, ensure continuity and development of our language. Malay writers can choose and continue to write in their language imbued with a sense of self, worldview, heritage and culture they are familiar with, without having to resort to the colonial language just to be read and recognized as Singapore writers. It also rejuvenates the Singapore literary ecosystem by growing and cultivating translators, at the same time maintaining our cultural and social history and as well as our literature and tradition. So this whole entire process of retelling, reimagining, and going beyond our safe and perhaps rather monotonous manner of not wanting to reach out, access, and question will make the literary ecosystem pretty dull and dead. So it is more empowering to actually explore within and reignite the literary tradition that make us who we are truly. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna, for that worthy talk. I think it has given us a lot more to think about in terms of bilingual anthologies and translation. So I would just like to invite the audience to perhaps drop your questions as we go along with the talks in the chat. Our next speaker for today is Ms. Verena Tay. Verena, if you're there, please feel free to turn on your video and unmute yourself as I introduce you. So Ms. Verena Tay is a playwright, a writer, and an editor. She is also a theatre practitioner. She's, as we all know, the editor of the best-selling Balik Kampung series published by Math Paper Press between 2012 and 2016. Currently, she is writing her first novel as part of her PhD studies in creative writing with Swansea University. And her talk today is titled Resonance, the story behind the Balik Kampung series. So Verena, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Anne, for inviting me to share the story behind the Balik Kampung series. One of the things that I would like to highlight from the start is essentially the Balik Kampung series in the terms that Alvin used earlier. The Balik Kampung series is simply multiple love letters to Singapore. So today, let us go around Singapore, and along the way, you will see how this series has spawned many things apart from many volumes, many reprints, but also at one point in time, a lot of literary tours. So you are getting to see photos that have not been circulated for a very, very long time, or if at all. Okay, so some very basic facts about Balik Kampung. There have been 6 volumes published, encompassing 56 stories and 54 authors. And the volumes have been reprinted at least twice. Yeah. And each volume is a collection of all the contemporary local authors' responses to different districts of Singapore, the social change that they have encountered, the sense of urban redevelopment that they have experienced. Okay, so how on earth did I come up with this particular idea? From 1968 until 1996, I lived in Gold Hill Drive. And from 1997 until 2018, I lived across the road in City Towers. So for most of my life, for 50 years, you could say, I lived in that part of the Danang area, close to Newton Circus. And for someone who has stayed put relatively for so long, I figured around 2011 that, hey, there must be authors out there that must have stayed in Singapore, at least in one part of Singapore for at least quite for a long time, and surely they would have stories to share. And I proposed the idea of the Balik Kampung series to Kenny Lake of Math Paper Press, and he latched onto it and said, yes, let's do Balik Kampung. And so we started with the very, very first Balik Kampung, and for all the 6 volumes, basically, I commissioned people, or at least asked people whom I knew who were authors or who wanted to be authors, whether they, one, had lived in Singapore, one part of Singapore for at least 10 years, and whether they had a story that they wanted to write in response to having lived in that part of Singapore for that amount of time. So this is how I chose stories. One, there must be a defined setting, a defined time period. There were clear characters. There was some literary merit in terms of how the story unfolded. But above all, there had to be some kind of specific flavor that came out of reading that story, that you could get off that place and of the people that possibly lived in that place. So this was the original Balik Kampung. And after the success of this volume, Kenny said, okay, let's publish more. And so I went, did a second call of authors, and this time I collected enough for 2 volumes. First, Balik Kampung 2A and 2B. And then when this was done, I was still gung-ho about it, and everybody was still gung-ho about the whole idea of Balik Kampung. And I did a 3rd call of authors, and the Balik Kampung 3 appeared because so many people responded with stories, and everyone had something to say. So there was a question much earlier that Alvin responded to, saying about the issue about what makes an anthology important or valued. I guess something to do with whether people resonate with the idea or the basic tenet behind the series, or I guess you want to, and it's I guess people, readers want to have, explore something familiar, look deeply into it, all right? And you could say it may be touching the familiar, but also at the same time, questioning, looking deeply about what is valuable about the familiar. And especially, this is very important in Singapore, where so many things change over time in a quick instance, right? So now this whole series of slides that I'm going through will kind of give you a sense of the breakdown of places that have been covered in the Balik Kampung series. And you can see how in the various literary tours that were conducted, how the authors, various authors came and shared with audiences how the inspirations behind the stories and what makes their story valuable, or what makes that story important to them enough for them to have spent the time and effort to create their stories. Although each story represents coverage, represents a narrative of a specific place. However, within the range, different ranges of different stories, and when you compare the stories as an aggregate, certain themes come up, common themes come up. So obviously, one of the key things that the Balik Kampung series deals with is the rapid change that happens in Singapore, where the landscape comes, the landscape goes, and how people react to such change. The psychological impact of all these fast changes that happen. Okay. And obviously, a lot of times, some of the stories deal with memories of landscapes that are going or have gone. And most important, I was able to get from some people a record of past lifestyles. For instance, Red Hill, one of the earliest HDB estates, will soon no longer exist because it is, slated to be torn down. Yeah, and then Karina shared her story about living as a child with a mother who ran a tontine. And we get a vanished sense of Upper Serangoon from Sunny Lim as well. Robert Yeo had things to share about Hougang, and even Lai Yi had things to share about her time growing up in Stirling Road. And Minachi was had a very valuable viewpoint to share about how change was experienced in Blair Plain. And of course, sometimes you also came across stories where the authors wrote accounts where the space and the character were one and the same because they were so fused in terms of common identity. And so sometimes these stories went into the fantastical, but even though they might be in the realm of fantasy, they were no less vital, no less powerful. And of course, sometimes there was touching on nostalgia and the sense of comparison with reality. And of course, there's the sense of moving from kampung living, a simpler lifestyle, to living into HDB. But also at the same time, the tracing of the reverse, where there's downgrading, all right? Where you move from a house to an apartment, for instance. And of course, stories, when you deal with the concept of space and neighborhoods, we must deal with living with neighbors. So how have people coped living with the people who live around them? And sometimes dealing with space, there are strange things in the landscape that one encounters and that one has a lasting impact on your life, yeah? All right, so you may dealt with the lighthouse in Marine Parade. Alex Mitchell dealt with kampung chickens running around the Botanic Gardens area. And Simon Tay definitely also dealt with chickens in Seletar. And by comparisons, Carol wrote about snakes in Seletar. And at the same time, because of the constant change that people have encountered, there's often a sense of alienation and the sadness and the despondency that comes with not being able to belong. And of course, it's not just Singaporeans who have their stories about Singapore, but there are also the perspectives of expatriates and how they deal with Singapore over time. So what I want to just say, highlight, for instance, in Sayang, which I felt was a very unique story, was so Joey and Hong Yi wrote this story together, and they wrote about a Chinese national who worked in an HDB kopitiam and how he coped with the cultural shock, plus also learning Malay over time and being confused about the many variations or many interpretations of what sayang can, of the word sayang can be, right? Also, some in staying in a place for a very long time, obviously, age and infirmity will appear also, but also that attachment to the landscape. How do you cope when when you have lived in this area for so long, but change is forced upon you? Yeah. And of course, sometimes because you're dealing with living in a certain space over a certain period of time, you're dealing with the family unit itself. And there are different perspectives about how families function in a space. And because one lives in a space for a long time, when one has that opportunity, one invests one's soul in that place. And if you are prompted by change, how do you keep that soul? But also at the same time, given the sense of Singapore's history and the rate of change, one of the key themes that emerges from the Balik Kampung series and which resonates with people is this sense of lack of historical perspective. Everything is reduced to the now. What happens to the past? Who remembers the past? Who remembers the stories living of that place over time? So for me, a very key experience was writing about the Dunner-Newton area, because having lived in the area for so long, I had heard stories or had heard names that have disappeared. Floral Mall, Wayang Satu. Once upon a time, these terms were commonly used, but nowadays, hardly heard of. So what are those terms? What do they represent? Yeah. So that is my sharing. And the last things that I just want to say is the Balik Kampung is, as Anna mentioned just now, literature is a form of history. And the Balik Kampung series is a kind of way of representing that history, but hopefully also tapping into a deeper resonance. Yeah. So on one hand, you could say that the Balik Kampung series can be seen as a very comfortable way of expressing the familiar, but also don't forget it is a record of how we live.
Thank you so much, Verena, for that lovely talk. It really brings home the idea that we need to read ourselves into where we are. Our next talk for today is from Mr. Ng Kage, who is the publisher of Ethos Books, and he works with a dynamic crew. Kage focuses on making books and supporting an ecosystem for literature, the arts, and culture. top of his wish list to build the foundation for a regional network of publishers for the circulation of fiction, non-fiction, and poetry, which is an issue we've been discussing at length today. He also would like to develop projects to spread climate action. His talk for today is the anthology as a life form in the publishing ecosystem. So Kage, over to you.
I'm not sure whether Verena wants to address a question in the chat room. I think Lily posted a question. I'm happy to just sit around.
We'll feel that in the general discussion so that we can all have a think through the couple of questions that have already been raised. Thanks, Kage.
Okay, great. So I'll share my screen now. Okay, yeah, it should be ready. If not, Verena, could you see my screen? Yeah. Thanks. Okay. So maybe a few general words to begin my sharing. I think the section that we are under is the Anthology, a literary form. So I think that's a very interesting question from a publisher's perspective, because when we can popularize a form, we can deliver content in a familiar way. So there is a very immense benefit. It's a vocabulary that people can understand intuitively. So I can't say whether the anthology is a literary form, because in a while I'll explain there are some things that are beyond a publisher's control. But for sure, the anthology is a very specific form. There are certain qualities about the anthology, and there are certain effects that are specific to the anthology that gives it a shape, a certain form. Whether it is a literary form depends on the endorsement of the establishment, the literary establishment. If Ethos, for example, as a publisher, has established a brand that is literary, and when we publish an anthology, it might actually give it certain, I would say certain, it may give it a certain standing such that it can be considered a literary form. And I really love all the sharing that has gone on today. Cheryl talking about what's anthology as a generative form, but what I just mentioned about this concept of a literary format, that is concerning the anthology as an affirmative format. There is a certain canonical kind of impact that it does in this. So I think it's useful to keep in mind the generative versus the affirmative impact of an anthology, right? And of course, Alvin, Prof, Thumboo, Annaliza, Verena, they have been respectively talking about anthology functioning in these two dimensions. So for me, what am I interested in? My colleagues and I work hard so that we can ensure that the anthology as a life form continues circulating, so that all the good things that say Annaliza and Alvin, Verena, all the good things that Prof Thumboo they want to do with the anthology can continue circulation, right? So as Cheryl mentioned, the word anthology comes from Greek, and it's a flower gathering, which gives it a certain feminine perspective, possibly. I'm hoping that more guys are doing flower arrangement nowadays, so we are actually kind of moving into a more fluid space, right? So, and who does the gathering? The editor. And the editor is inspired by a certain selection criteria, even the randomness that Alvin mentioned about Union, right, which we publish. That randomness is intentional. And why? Because Alvin explained that, you know, chance can actually lead to very interesting effects. And also, the impact of being gathered into an anthology, what does it mean for each flower, each unique flower inside it? On its own, right, the poem would not actually have that resonance. So this is somewhat like the language theories, right, that Ferdinand de Saussure, right, he mentioned, you know, difference gives it meaning. When you assemble distinctive flowers into a collection, they gain from the assembly. There's a sum greater than its part at work here. So why would we then be drawn to cultivating anthology? So I'm trying to use more growth analogy, right? Because I don't really believe in making money I believe in making meaning. So the circulation of currency that we are most interested in at Ethos is the circulation of meaning. And of course, people need to buy the book so that can happen. So nurturing is at the heart of an anthology, I would say. You are nurturing a lot of things. As opposed to a single author collection, when you do an anthology, you're nurturing the gatherers, people with the editorial expertise. So for example, today we have come to know all the editors who have been presenting today. Prof. Thumboo has been acknowledged as an editor par excellence for a while. So it's really amazing now that we see people like Annaliza, who is also staking a certain reputation for herself in the area of Malay anthologies. And the flowers, young writers have a habit of sneaking themselves into anthologies, which is so important because on their own, people don't care enough maybe for them. So when a flower gets inserted into an anthology, the author gains authority. And there's a very interesting, I would say, effect of an anthology in that it validates. When you get a foreword written by an authoritative person, an authoritative editor, and the flower that is inserted is alongside other established names, that gives authority to the author. So it's actually quite a traditional format, if you ask me, the anthology. There's a certain respect and reverence for the reputation of the publishing house, of the editor, of the authors included. And also, the next one, publishing formats. Imagine the formats that Epigram, that Math Paper Press, Ethos, we have established over the years. They have a first, second, third volume. Publishing formats can become very persuasive for the reader and therefore ensure the longevity of the authors and works that are included. And the last one, readers. Readers may actually be drawn to the anthology first and foremost, then to the author. Because if I am a new person to the scene, I'm thinking, what should I read? The anthology will be a very welcome portal. And new readers will come to know about this anthology format. And you're nurturing a readership cycle. Word of mouth will circulate. And after a while, you have created a readership circle for the anthology. So that is the power of the anthology. So I show you a few Singapore examples, right? So if you look at Epigram, there's a genre focus here. Best new Singapore short stories. I think Pooja is the latest editor for this. Cyril has been one. Jason Leongberg, I believe also Yisheng. Yeah, maybe I'm mistaken because all of them do so many good works. So yeah, so genre focus. The idea that if I want the best short stories, I'll come to Epigram. Ethos, we are actually moving in a very specific issue direction. So this year we put out this non-fiction anthology, and it is a collection of essays specific to climate crisis. So that can be an issue focus. So bear in mind what I mentioned earlier, we are nurturing editors and we're nurturing readers, we are nurturing authors, we are nurturing, oh, what's the last one? The publishing format, yeah. So in that case, right, each of the brands, each of the publishing house, we actually become associated with this particular genre, with this particular issue for this readers, for these authors, and the authors gain the same kind of recognition, acknowledgement. The authors, similarly, they become known for this. So you can see that the effect of the anthology is at various levels, and that's so different from publishing a novel because the novel as a genre is established. So nobody will say that, oh, the next big novel has in fact affirmed the place of the novel. Of course, there's this continuity that's going on. But I'm saying that anthology, as what Cheryl mentioned, right, is a very generative format. So let's look at two new one new anthology which I wanted to showcase today, Food Republic, because Anne, who so kindly invited me, is one of the editors for this, and it's a very subject-centric focus on food, right? So that is, again, I'm not going to belabor the point about how it then percolates to the readers, editors, authors. So now, Anne, you are known to know food, so beware, okay, because people will come to you, right? Then you also have an author focus, and that's the interesting thing, because sometimes people say that, oh, anthology is a best of, but it cannot be the same author. For me, I would like to be more open-ended. It could be an author and it could be a best of this author. So Catherine Lynn's collection, Marshall Cavendish, which has of course also established its standing as a publisher for iconic writers in Singapore, right? So, okay, so publisher math, because just now Annaliza said, oh, I wonder sometimes what goes on in the brains. So in here, not very big, but there are things that go on inside, right? So what do I do when I think about anthologies? I have to do some mathematics, right? So why would I do an anthology? Why would my colleagues and I decide? First of all, we want to grow talent and we want to give them that platform. Then we want to establish a very clear branding, because why did we do chili crab? Because our team believes in the environment message. So now that we have an anthology, we are looking for manuscripts that are very specific to this topic. Then the content platform. Okay, this is very interesting. I'll spend a bit more time here. A content platform is not a genre. I'm not talking about genre. A content platform is a media platform more than a kind of like a genre, like kind of a literary category. I'm talking about a platform that we understand as maybe digital audiobook, digital ebook. If I host a very authoritative anthology on a specific content platform, I'm actually validating that platform as well. So if you look at, say, audiobooks, right? Now we do have short story anthologies as audiobooks. The more people get familiar with audiobooks and the more people want to read like anthologies, listen to anthologies via audiobooks, they are lending power to this content platform. So if I am strategic, I may even choose to not print, but to do ebooks only for a type of anthology. And that type of anthology would then be connected specifically to this content platform. And that will be an exclusive presentation on that platform. And so let's say if I feature some of the great writers in our century on this content platform, and people can only access this content platform for voices that they really want to hear, this content platform will become in demand. If it's a new content platform, it will become established. So if I do my math properly, with this generative impact of anthologies, right, can actually be deployed this way. Bonds. Wow, anthologies are a headache, man, because you know what? Every single contributor needs a contract, licensing fee. It's timely, it's time consuming. There's a lot of fees involved. People who have worked with us, our team, to do anthologies, you know that one reason why you look for us is because we do that for you and you don't have to worry about that. Of course, if you come to us with everything done, we'll be really happy. And that has happened, but more rarely, right? And also, the next point is an interesting one. I feel that we are in an author-centric culture, meaning that maybe it's like all the different media types, you know, and the way that they are marketed. So in Hollywood, you always have, like, say, the A-listers. If you are in the music industry, we know that we market albums as like single author. I would say the singers are like the authors, right? So I feel that even say bands, right? Sometimes, of course, I think there are exceptions. Like you have definitely really big bands, but somehow we have a very deep fascination with the hero, the heroine, this concept of the Lone Ranger, and it's quite inescapable. Of course, I did study the death of the author, you know, Roland Barthes and theories like that. But really, 1960s, he put out this theory. Today is the author date. Not really. We are still we cannot step out of this author-centric fixation, I find. So this will probably be a lasting feature of our landscape for the next, I don't know, for the in good time, I would say. This author-centric culture, what does it imply for anthologies? An anthology needs to be marketed, just like any other book. So when we market a book and you focus on specific authors in the anthology, let's say you have 50 authors in anthology and you choose to market one or two because you don't have bandwidth, that might lead to some big PR problem. Oh, representational issues. Why are you featuring some and not others? So this author-centric culture, right, because it engenders expectations at all levels. The readers will be thinking, hey, why is my favorite author not featured? Or like, hey, why is this author not included in this anthology? So the editors forward may not be enough to rescue the choices that are made because the reader has a certain perspective on who should be included, the authors that. So because if we have a deference to the concept of collective, right, this kind of issues wouldn't emerge as much. So doing an anthology, you also have to be very mindful that I feel from the publisher perspective that in a landscape where we focus on the author, representational issues will arise. And unless you can navigate that, you can actually do a lot of injustice even without wanting to do so. So I would like to end with an authoritative example. What better than the Bible, right? So the Bible is an example of an anthology done really right, okay? There are so many Bibles in the world at the moment, estimated to be 5 billion to date. Every year, another 100 million is given away for free. So I don't need to really go into how the Bible as an anthology done right has impacted on readership and its close alliance with a very important faith, right? I feel that it is hand in glove. The growth of the Bible is the growth of Christianity and Catholicism. And you can see how powerful a publication can be, and an anthology at that, right? Or some of you will be quite upset that I say that it's an anthology because there might be one divine source, right? So, okay, I'm trying to be more academic here, but I'm deferring to another academic. So look at the Bible and its impact on the concept of authority. If you look at what this Professor John Barton has sort of come up with, right? He mentioned that actually different parts of the Bible are steeped in different sources. Some are myth, some are legend, some are history. But everything after it comes together, really the believer will not question as much, you know. Notice just now when I mentioned that the flower that is included in an anthology gains credence because of its association. So right now, if you ask any devout believer, the Bible is a holy text. You can't analyze it in parts. You look at it as a whole. Being included in the Bible, it means that the word will be circulated forever as long as Christianity exists. So there is no longer any merit to dissecting the anthology into its constituent parts. So how powerful is that? So all the big names that are in the Bible, they are a composite. And if an anthology done right can achieve that, you can see how impactful it has been for the constituent parts. The last one, the Bible and its impact on publishing formats. What was an oral format? By becoming print, has validated print. So if you look at this earlier kind of studies, right, about the Bible and its sources, it's believed that they originated as oral tales and poetry. However, when Gutenberg came along, right, and the press printed the Gutenberg Bible, it is also part and parcel of the popularity of the printed press. It becomes part of it. And I feel that this is an important point to note for publishers and people who are thinking about and making anthologies. What is the format that your anthology is best suited for? Because this is integral to the identity and the circulation of the anthology. So maybe I'll just close with a future of anthologies, right? Because I have the growth metaphor, right? The anthology as a life form. I feel that anthologies like books will continue to evolve into digital platforms. And I feel that audiobooks will be the next wave because we are always moving kind of behind the US, and you can see that the audiobooks market has grown, but there won't be any displacement, I don't think. I feel that there will always be a continuing insistence on print platform, also thanks to everyone in this webinar, because I somehow know that you love print and we will all cry if there's no print. So because of us, there will always be print. And because of us, there will always be anthologies in print format, which will then create demand for the print format. I think that's about it. I don't really have more to say. Yeah, so thanks very much to Anne, Angela, and Joshua. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Kage, for the talk. We'll have a very short Q&A before we move on to the third panel. I'd just like to invite Anna, Verena, and Kage to unmute yourselves and appear on the video so that we can have a very, very short discussion in the interest of time. So we have some questions in the chat from earlier, and I would like to field some of them. So the first question that we have from Zihui, I think, is for Annaliza. He would like to ask what you think of machine translated poetry, especially if the translator doesn't know the source language.
Okay, what I think of it. Okay, as we embrace technology, I think we don't have much of a choice these days. If we want to really expose ourselves to different kinds of literature, a machine translated form would help perhaps in the first round, but I really do think that you need to actually know the language, the source language, so that at least you can understand the culture as well as the worldview that the poet or the writer is writing from, the perspectives, the angles. Okay, wait. I'm a bit of a purist in the sense that I think you really need to know the source language, but to be fair, I think a lot of the machines or the tools that are available online have also improved over time. If it gets us started, I think we have to be open about it, but then what's next would be the editor, or as well as maybe perhaps have someone who knows the source language to do a counter check. So yes, I hope that answers the question. Yeah.
Thank you, Annaliza. I'm with you on the purist aspect of things, but I guess with AI nowadays, who knows, they might overtake us. The next question in the chat was for Verena. And the question is now a good time to extend Balik Kampung to a new series on stories of COVID or post-COVID stories? So what are your views, Verena?
Balik Kampung itself has its own specific themes, a specific range of things, basically talking about a specific part of Singapore because the author has some inside knowledge, inside experience, familiar experience of living in that place. So one, I have asked Kenny whether he's interested in publishing more Balik Kampung stories, but unfortunately he has not given the go ahead to commission more stories because of cost. Also, that's where the Balik Kampung series stands for now. So if we wish to come up with a series of post-COVID stories, that would probably mean a totally different series. And whether, well, I don't know whether Kenny or Kage or any other publisher in Singapore would be keen to support such a project.
Thank you, Verena. In the interest of time, I'll just take a third question that's for Kage. So each of our panelists will have a chance to have a little bit of a discussion. So this question is from Derek, and his question for Kage is, here in Singapore, to what extent do monetary concerns influence what is published and what isn't? Or are our concerns unique compared to other publishing scenes?
You'll be glad to know, Derek, that we are not unique in this respect, because everywhere that you want to publish, there is always the concern with resources. And I think in a way, this reality is also useful because it allows us to really decide what is essential, what is vital. And I mean, just now Verena mentioned that, Kenny has some concerns with the financing right now. And I would urge him to be very careful because we only have one book actually. And it's tricky for a publisher like Kenny because he has two types of businesses going on right now. And the balance with that balance he has to achieve is to make enough from publishing so that it doesn't impact on his book selling. So for me, being a more purist, and now we talk about purists, so I'm more pure as like my team and I, we do publishing only. We of course we sell through our web store, but we don't actually start other arms to our business, right? So do money concerns impact us when we decide on what to publish? It has to, because at the same time, right, if we it's only a matter of where we get the money from. If we manage to get the money from funding, say National Heritage Board, National Arts Council, then we are deferring the question to the market. We have switched to funding, public funding sources. Otherwise, we always have to look to the market. And that's why when we work with editors and authors, we are in a compact, we are in a team. We have to decide who is the specific market that this will serve. And that will ensure that the book will be read and purchased. And so now there's a very interesting creature out there, which is like, say, if Annaliza or Verena, you come up with something super literary ahead of its time, and nobody understands it now, and you need like 50 years later before people realize you're a genius, right? Which happens all the time. So then what's going to happen? The publisher then has to defer the financial concern and seek another source of funding, not the private market, maybe not even like a public fund that can, because they may not understand the project as well. But we have to finance it. Somebody has to pay the money. And it is then the publisher's will and resourcefulness to find the money. But in all cases, you will notice that the money still has to be found. We cannot not answer the monetary question. It's only how we choose to answer it and the desire to answer it that differs from book to book. Yeah.
Thank you so much for all your responses. So now we will move on to panel 3, and it is my pleasure to hand over to our moderator for the third panel, Joshua Yip. Joshua, over to you. Thank you to all our speakers for panel 2.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to panel number 3, Anthologies as Major Form and Minor Literature. Good afternoon. My name is Joshua, and I'm the moderator for this third panel. Anthologies as Major Form and Minor Literature. We've heard a panoply of anthologists and academics make the case for the anthology as a form of its own, but I still don't really know what major and minor means. I just feel like between major and minor, may and my, the anthology is a form that embraces what may, but in recognition, what am I, to use the Hokkien. On that note, I'd like to invite Dr. Nazry Bahrawi to actually unmute and show his screen while I introduce him. So Dr. Nazry Bahrawi is a senior lecturer in comparative and world literature at the Singapore University of Technology and Design. He specializes in the study of texts, theories, and traditions of Indian Ocean cultures between the Malay archipelago and the Middle East. His research is informed by decolonial theory, translation studies, animal studies, as well as literary and critical theory. He'll be talking to us about Malay anthologies between nostalgia and progress. Nazry.
Oh, thanks for this. I'm just trying to get my screen up. Sorry. Okay. All right. If you don't mind, I'm just going to show this and just carry on. So thanks to Ann Ang, Joshua Ip, Angelia Poon, and Anna E for organizing the symposium. My presentation today will speak directly to the panel's topic. And in particular, I want to address what the study of Malay anthologies from Singapore can contribute to the discourse of minor literature, as this has been theorized in Western literary criticism. And as a quick guide, so I don't know how to show the screen and yet also have my notes beside me. So yeah, I'm just going to carry on. So as a quick guide to my presentation, I want to explore first I'll draw your attention to the slides. And as you can see, I'll first touch on the theoretical underpinnings for studying Malay anthologies as a method for conceptualizing minor literatures. And then I will briefly introduce the landscapes of Malay anthologies in Singapore before moving into two specific cases of anthologies published by two different groups. One of them is Asas 50, or this is a long-running literary association that's been set up since 1950, and also a fairly new publishing company called Unggul Creative. I'll speak about them more later. And finally, I'll end with some questions to speculate the ways in which the study of Malay anthologies from Singapore can help shape the global theoretical discussions on minor literatures. So I'll start proper with the anthologies. If you give me a moment, I'll open the notes from my laptop, and then I can read from here while you can see the slides fully. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so let's begin proper. As with most literary theory, the concept of minor literatures has been more robustly theorized by scholars engaging with texts from the Western Hemisphere, primarily from Euro-America. In what has become commonplace, scholars who are studying non-Western texts would often then find some ways to try to fit these concepts to their context. And this often results in issues of incongruence. Put simply, as such Western source theories are ill-fitting and can result in quite awkward interpretations. And I want to outline some of these theories later on, one particular theory in the last section of my presentation. For now, I would just like to outline my motivation for studying Malay anthologies. In a 2010 essay, scholar Rivati Krishnaswamy calls on literary scholars to dig deep into non-Western cultures to expound what she calls world literary knowledges. And this refers to the epistemologies or knowledges of literature or literariness that are derived from non-canonical Euro-American cultures that are, quote, regional, subaltern, and popular traditions, whether latent or emergent, unquote. And according to Krishnaswamy, the pursuit of world literary knowledges will also, quote her, open up the canon of literary theory to alternative ways of conceptualizing and analyzing literary productions, unquote. So I do concur with her judgment on the matter, and so embrace this as my starting point of my research, which I hope to develop further into a journal article. I come at this not just as an academic, but also as a translator who is in the midst of trying to put together an anthology, right? So my aim isn't to use theory to try to explain the case of Singapore Malay anthologies, but to analyze these Malay anthologies to develop a kind of alternative theory of what minor literatures mean. So the adjective that I would use here to describe that theory is culturally situated, or simply specific to the Malay experience, which may or may not have parallels elsewhere. So you might ask why anthologies, and why not study the specific works of Malay authors? And the answer to this question has to do with the nature of anthologies. As you've heard from the previous panels, the exercise of putting together an anthology is also an exercise of canonization. A lot of consideration goes into the making of an anthology, and decisions are oftentimes not just made by one person, even in cases where an anthology has been kind of compiled by a single editor. Publishers and funding agencies too will have their say, and the process is even more robust if an anthology is seen as representing a minority community. Choices will have to be made, and oftentimes aesthetics will have to make way for social political content. And this is especially true when anthology is getting translated to a majority language with the purpose of introducing the thinking and maybe the ideologies behind a minority culture to new audiences. And my experience trying to compile an anthology right now is that editors will try to do their best not to sacrifice form over content if it can be helped. But unfortunately, if you look at the kind of anthologies that are out there, if you consider an anthology of Southeast Asian stories, it will usually be taken not so much as representative of culture, of the aesthetics form, as much as it is a kind of a window into what such cultures represent. So it's looked upon as a piece of anthropological studies, right? As such, anthologies, more than individual works, are better indicators of what literary practitioners and scholars uphold as representative of a culture. In the case of Malay anthologies in Singapore, we can take this as a snapshot of what counts as Malay literature. Right. I want to go into a bit of to try to paint you a very brief outline of the literary landscape of Malay anthologies right now, and in the second part of the presentation. So most Malay anthologies in Singapore can be categorized in terms of genres. You have puisi or poems, you have cerpen or short stories, you have drama, which is the same in English, and lastly, a combination of puisi and cerpen, short stories, and poetry. If you look at your screen, the 4 books that I put out here represents each of these different genre types of anthology. So on your extreme left would be a poem, a kind of poetic anthology, and then anthology of short stories, and then Bisik is basically what Theatre Ekamatra put out as an anthology of Malay drama, and lastly on your right is basically an anthology by Asas 50, the association that I mentioned earlier, about the experience of the Japanese occupation by Malay writers and poets in Singapore. This anthology combining both puisi, which is poem, as well as cerpen, which is short stories, right? Since 2017, we have also seen Malay anthologies that featured translated works in English, though this is not yet a widespread phenomenon. Notable examples are, of course, Annaliza Bakri Sikit-Sikit Lama-Lama Jadi Bukit, and the translation of Isa Kamari's Portrait Puisi Melayu Singapura. These are actually enabled by an increased interest by publishers and institutions like the Malay Heritage Center and the National Arts Council to try to promote a sense of cross-cultural heritage among Singaporeans. And the thinking here is that non-Malays also need to know Malay literary works, which necessitates translation. Most translation, unfortunately, though, have been primarily made to English. I mean, it's been Anglophonized, right? And another category that's interesting of Malay anthologies are transnational anthologies featuring the works of writers from 2 or more countries in the Malay archipelago. And one example is here on screen, called Dari Jendela Zaman Ini, from the window of this epoch, published by NAC and a Malaysian publishing firm, ITBM, right? It is also interesting, this anthology in particular brings together poems from Singapore and Malaysia. This is the idea of a transnational anthology is also enabled by the fact that Singapore is actually part of MASTRA, which is the Southeast Asia Literary Council, for Malay literature. And every year, Masra has a meeting, and sometimes this meeting can lead to, you know, the publishing of anthologies as well, right? So I'm not including the transnational works because their themes may not touch on the theme of minor literature. The Malays in the other parts of the Malay archipelago are not so much living their lives as ethnic minorities, but as ethnic majorities in, you know, localities such as Malaysia, Brunei, and Indonesia. So transnational anthologies are not so much representative of the lives of minority Malays in Singapore. Perhaps if an anthology appears that looks at minority Malay lives in, say, Thailand, Singapore, and maybe Southern Philippines, then that certainly counts as a subject worthy of study, right? In recent times, say around the 2010s onward, Malay anthologies in Singapore were primarily produced by two main players in the market. And these are basically Asas 50, which is the oldest literary association of Malay writers, set up in 1950, as I said earlier, vouching to uphold the creed of seni untuk masyarakat, or art for society's sake, right? As an association, anthologies are the choice form for them to showcase their members' works. Little wonder that they can be considered a main player. The other emerging player is Unggun Creative on your right there, a publishing company established in 2016 by the literary husband and wife pair of academic Norida Kamari and writer Farihan Bahron. One of their missions is to publish literary works that uses, and I quote them, bahasa teratur, or works that pay careful attention to the use of language. And this is significant because they appear to lean much more to the idea of aesthetics than Asas 50, at least through this mission statement of theirs, right? In terms of volume though, Asas 50 certainly has had a head start publishing anthologies because they have been around for much longer. And I traced the earliest collection to 1980 on the NLB website. And I count about 15 anthologies under their belt so far in my preliminary research. I believe there could be more, but this requires a bit more of a bit more investigation. Unggun, meanwhile, has 6 anthologies, including a collection of Malay poems written in the haiku form. For a newly established company, this is rather productive. The Unggun portal also sells some other anthologies, such as Pulau, which is actually a speculative fiction collection. But I'm not going to include Pulau because it's in this study, or at least in this presentation, because it's not published by Unggun. What I would like to do today is to take a very quick microcosmic literary analysis by comparing excerpts of works from one anthology by each publisher produced about 1 year apart. These are Gerimis dari Kota Singa, which is Or Drizzle in the Lion City, published by Asas 50 in 2017, and Iblis Sudah Mati, or Iblis is Dead. Iblis is of course the name of the primary name of devil, right? The head devil in Islamic lore, published by Unggun in 2018. I want to focus on these two anthologies because I think they represent a sort of transition between the ideals of nostalgia and what I would carefully label progress in inverted commas, right? So, okay. Right. So now Gerimis is the third and last in a series of anthologies that considered historical themes in Singapore over a period of 50, or since its 50 years of independence. And it's time to coincide with the SG50 celebration in 2015. As the last book of this trio, right, Gerimis focuses on the period between 1965 and 1985. It is a massive volume featuring 49 poems and 24 short stories. I'm just looking at the short stories bit. There is a strong tinge of nostalgia that permeates throughout the entire book. If I give me a bit of a moment, I'll just read here. A couple of works, for instance, expresses the disdain of moving from kampungs to flats. And a representative short story here is Arif Rizwan Sahab's Ayong, which tells the fate of a person of Orang Laut descent who has been forced to move into flats. There is, however, in this story, a transnational element in the way the protagonist's extended family, the protagonist's name is Ayong, given their traditional way of making a living off the waters, was scattered between Johor and Singapore, and they now have to keep their passports handy as they visit each other across the Singapore Straits, right? Another notable story in this collection is called Dari Tanjung Pagar ke Beach Road, or From Tanjung Pagar to Beach Road by Fatima Jaluddin. And this is a story of an elderly man, a grandfather whose name is Jalal, who through the guidance of his granddaughter Noni discovers the joys of Facebook and subsequently chancing upon his lost love who had actually migrated to Malaysia. So Jalal starts feeling the pangs of loss, and he begins to revisit places in Singapore where him and his old lover had dated. And this includes the Tanjung Pagar railway station. And he goes there on its last day of operation, and he remembers the time when he bade his love goodbye as he bade goodbye to this current station. And ironically, he revisits these places with his current wife, Noni's grandmother, but says nothing to her, which suggests some kind of internal struggle in his part. This trope of lost places is a familiar one that has appeared in a string of other stories, other Malay Singapore stories, reminiscing Kampung life. Chua Beng Huat has described the Singapore nostalgia for the Kampung past as a form of escapism from the stressful present. And in response to Chua Beng Huat's reading, I've written an article elsewhere arguing that Malay stories lamenting the loss of Kampung lives, what I would call a rindu rustic, isn't escapism, but actually a critique of unbridled progress, a kind of unique marker of Singapore Malay modernity that's very different from the idea of Malay modernity from in Malaysia, for instance, because in that article, I've also looked at A. Samad Said's view of the Singapore Kampung, and he looks at the Singapore Kampung certainly not with very, with a sense of lamentation. He basically reminisces and romanticizes this Kampung past, right? So while Asas 50 Anthology is heavily nostalgic, it also features a couple of science fiction stories and a trend, which is a trend that is more fully fleshed out in the Unggun anthology, Iblis Sudah Mati. Incidentally, it is one of the few anthologies of the Malay literary scene that is edited by a female, Norida Kamari. This more modest anthology features 11 stories, all written in experimental forms, bringing to life the publisher's mission earlier that I mentioned, known as publishing works with bahasa teratur, which basically means works that promote a kind of literary aestheticism. Because the Malay literary scene is so small, it should come as no surprise that some of the writers in this anthology were the same ones who had written for the Asas 50 anthology called Gerimis. And I just want to focus on a story by one of those authors who has appeared in both anthologies, Muhammad Najib Nadnan. Right? In his story in the Unggun anthology, Najib wrote the story called Block 468, which is actually a science fiction style story which speaks about how a lift company uses sensory technology in HDB lifts to improve a person's quality of life or its residents' quality of life. The lift will break down every time it detects pheromones indicating distress or problems that it can solve, and then would send a lift technician to try to help out those who are trapped within that. In the course of the story, we see actually improved relations between neighbors. In essence, the story suggests that the gotong royong spirit that's said to be missing in HDB flats and was only present in the kampungs, right, is actually achievable with some help from technological intervention. While the story appears to be largely uplifting, in fact, the company itself is called Uplift. It also gestures to the scary prospect of a kind of secret enhanced surveillance. A stronger critique of technology can actually be seen in another sci-fi story by Farihan Bahrun in the Unggun anthology called Gerai Jual Bayi, or literally translated to the baby shop. Here, the writer writes speculatively about a comedic scenario concerning test tube babies for a community, the Malay community, who has traditionally seen such technology as sinful because it goes against God's will. A couple who has been trying for a child for years decides to purchase a test tube baby whose gender, physical appearances, and personality can be genetically determined at the baby shop, only to be mistakenly sent or delivered a girl when they actually had ordered a boy. Despite the light-hearted nature of the story actually channels a critique of unbridled modernity that is ever present in the Singapore Malay stories or Rindu Rustic, right? The Singapore Malay stories of the past, right? But my analysis, this is a very short analysis and it's far from exhaustive. But from this initial comparison, we note that there is a sense of continuity between the two anthologies from 2017 to 2018, even though they are also articulated differently, first as nostalgia, then as technological progress. That continuity speaks of a keen awareness of hegemony, lamentations of inequalities and loss of tradition, themes that speak of a minority condition. Even in the most positive story, you can find that something is amiss. A minor literature, we consider the examples of Singapore Malay anthologies, can never rid itself of a dark stain, regardless of how small or subtle that stain is. It's part of the project its part in the project of nation building is to play the wet blanket role, the party pooper, the killjoy. And so I have this mark here. The killjoy features of Singapore Malay anthologies conforms to two of the three characteristics of minor literature proposed by the French post-structuralist thinkers Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari as they read Kafka. These are the idea that minor literatures are always political, even when they appear to be personal, and relatedly that they take on a collective value, which is what I think Annaliza has already brought up about Malay anthologies. The weight of what's being said channels what other people in that writers community has been thinking all along, right? A third feature of minor literature, according to Deleuze and Guattari, is that minor literatures are produced in a deterritorialized language, often produced in a majority language while expressing minority concerns, much like how German Jews like Kafka writes in German or Black Americans write in English. And I don't see this so much as the case with Singapore Malay anthologies, but I think this could change in the future as anthologies begin to be reproduced in English more and more. So I think I'll just end here and look forward to your queries later. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nazry, for that. Just a reminder to the audience to ask questions in the chat and there'll be answers at the end of the talk. Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Weihsin. Dr. Weihsin is an associate professor of English and director of Southeast Asian Studies at the University of California, Riverside. He published a 2019 essay on the Singaporean poetry anthology, Moving Words and Textual Practice. He's working on essays about anthologies of Southeast Asian urban writing and migrant worker poetry. His talk is entitled Urban Experience and Anglophone Anthologies from Singapore. Over to you, Weihsin.
Thank you, Joshua. As I begin my talk, I would like to respectfully acknowledge that the University of California at Riverside is located on the lands of the Cahuilla, Tongva, Luiseño, and Serrano peoples, and I'm grateful to the original, current, and future caretakers of these lands for the opportunity to live and work here. And I'm also grateful to Ann Ang, who will be sharing my talk slides. Because of a technical issue, I can't share my own slides. So thank you, Ann, for sharing the slides. You can see the first one on the screen. So it's almost 2:30 a.m. here in Southern California, so I'll try my best to be lucid. My talk today is going to be focused on This Is Not a Safety Barrier, an anthology edited by Mark Nair and Yen Pang, published by Ethos in 2016. I will also, if time allows, talk briefly about two other urban anthologies. No Other City, edited by Aaron Lee and Alvin Pang, and also Balik Kampung, edited by Verena. Slide, please. So this talk grows out of an essay that I published last year where I looked at the 2011 Moving Words Poetry in the MRT Stations Public project and its subsequent anthology edited by Alvin and published by Ethos. And for more extensive discussions of Singaporean literature and urban or city space, please do have a look at Ginny Kim Watson's chapter on Singapore in her book, The New Asian City, and also Joanne Liao's essay, which discuss Singaporean poetry and short fiction respectively. And I'm happy to send anyone a PDF of my essay on moving words and also Joanne Liao's essay. Just drop me an email later on. But what I'm doing today is somewhat different in the sense that I'm looking at how English language anthologies about urban space and experience in Singapore can help us to think about the anthology itself as a distinctive literary space or form. In other words, how can Singlit urban anthologies illuminate ways of reading and thinking anthologically that might be applied or extended to other anthologies that aren't specifically about the city? And I'm using urban anthologies as a kind of springboard for a more general meditation on the anthology as literary form, because I'm thinking in terms of what the French philosopher and historian Michel Foucault calls heterotopia, an other or a different space. And there are grounds, right, for my use of Foucault's heterotopia, as I'll show in my quick literature review of anthology criticism coming up in the next slide. Slide, please. So in her 1996 book, Barbara Benedict observes that starting in England from the early modern period, the 17th century, literary anthologies were often described using metaphors of a floral bouquet, which has been raised by other speakers earlier, and also a banquet or a feast. Think about Annaliza Bakri's mention of the buffet, right, for the anthology. So these floral and culinary metaphors suggest that anthologies were designed to cultivate readers' taste in literature and to internalize aesthetic standards as moral principles. And if we fast forward to the 21st century, we see different metaphors at work. These are the quotations in the second half of the slide. Anne Levering Rounds, in her discussion of post-September 11th New York poetry anthologies, uses the metaphor of a mosaic. Quote, "Both New York and its literary collections are mosaics of presence and loss for a city in which something missing has become a recognizable, even definitive part of the skyline," end quote. Craig Santos Perez, who I think is the first person I've come across to use the phrase reading anthologically, brings up other metaphors, right, in describing Pacific Islands poetry anthologies. Quote, "These anthologies can be imagined as maps of the new Oceania, as vessels upon which readers can imaginatively journey and learn about the region," end quote. And what we might glean from the contrast between the earlier metaphors of bouquet and banquet and more recent tropes of mosaic, map, and vessel is that the latter require more active readerly involvement. So instead of appreciating flowers and eating food, readers need to visually piece together a mosaic, locate their position on a map, and set sail according to different literary currents. All three actions require an active negotiation of different literal or figurative spaces, which brings me to Michel Foucault's concept of heterotopia, of different or other spaces. Slide, please. So for Foucault, heterotopias are unlike utopias or dystopias because they've got a tangible relationship to actually existing geographical spaces, and they're located next to or inside them. Heterotopias are connected to such spaces, quote, "in such a way as to suspect, neutralize, or invert the relations that they happen to designate, mirror, or reflect," end quote. Now, in his essay, Foucault talks about 6 principles of heterotopia, but for the sake of time, I'm only going to focus on 2 of them in relation to urban anthologies. The first one is that heterotopias, quote, "can juxtapose in a single real place several other spaces, several sites that are in themselves incompatible." The second principle is that heterotopias can function as spaces of illusion or spaces of compensation. They can create, quote, "create a space of illusion that exposes every real space, all the sites inside of which human life is partitioned as still more illusory. And as spaces of compensation, they might quote, create a space that is other, another real space, as perfect, as meticulous, as well arranged as ours is messy, ill-constructed, and jumbled, end quote. So, anthologies can function as heterotopias because they can compensate for what has been physically lost or is difficult to mentally conceptualize. They might also reveal how divisions existing in our social spaces are illusory or artificial in the technical sense of artifice or creation. And they do this by juxtaposing different items or elements that, at first blush, may seem to us incompatible or contradictory. Heterotopias are spaces where difference, a sense of otherness or alterity, emerges, but also where such differences may be managed or contained. Therefore, heterotopias are always more or less tied to the dominant order of things in the spaces they are located next to or inside of, even as they may suspect or invert these dominant relations. Slide, please. So on to my close reading of the urban anthologies. The very title of Mark Nair and Yen Pang's anthology is a negation of the dominant order of things. The title is, "This is not a safety barrier." Their editorial vision already includes a sense of critique and provocation using terms of spatial relationships. Quote, as they say, the poems and photographs in this anthology reveal moments that challenge, reaffirm, or simply point out what is between, against, and without. So between, against, and without are spatial positioning locational words. I'd like to look at a sequence of 4 juxtaposed photographs and poems from the beginning of This Is Not a Safety Barrier to illustrate how we might read anthologically. So what you see on the slide are pages 16 and 17. These are facing pages in the anthology, right? On the left or verso page is a photograph, Temporal, by Henry Poe, and it's obviously a photograph of a construction site. And what catches our eye, you might notice the orange and white plastic barriers that give the anthology its name. These barriers form a sinuous leading line on the right-hand side of the photo that join but also contrast with the perpendicular lines formed by the white cement protrusion in the middle of the photo and the pebbled sidewalk at the bottom of the photo. So, keeping this visual composition in mind, we can then turn to the poem that's on the facing page, right, on page 17, recto page 17. This is Adeline Coe's Virtual Love for a Paperback Girl, where the speaker says to their lover, quote, "You leap with grace over the red and white blocks, keeping curious onlookers from the destruction that will soon spawn an MRT station," end quote. So the poem itself is a leap of reimagination, updating the story of Romeo and Juliet for, quote, law-breaking Singaporeans, modern-day Shakespeareans, who find a home for two under a crane in the night hours despite their disapproving parents. The speaker and the lover are, quote, divided by money and medium. The speaker likes reading paperbacks. The lover prefers reading Kindles or ebooks, right? But night and our worlds of words may yet transcend these divides. So the poem's opening scene of the lover leaping gracefully over plastic barriers to reach the speaker creates tangible connections with the photo of the construction site on the facing page with its very visible plastic barriers. But the poem's emphasis on transcending class and material divides then invites us readers to view the construction site differently. Just as the two lovers of different backgrounds and media meet in the poem, there are two different sets of lines made up of different media that intersect in the photograph. The curved line of orange-white plastic barriers intersect with the perpendicular T-shape made up of stone and cement near the bottom of the photo. So the whimsical intimacy of the poem and the colorful tangibility of the photograph are juxtaposed to provoke boundary crossings and connections. What we see are no longer just plastic barriers and stone surfaces, but lines of intersection across social and media partitions, and also across the white space between the two facing pages of the book, pages 16 and 17. As readers, we are invited to view the construction site with a kind of virtual love, like the speaker in the poem. Without dismissing the construction site as a space of transient labor and of controlled destruction, this juxtaposition invites us to consider how it might yet be a space where social, even intimately affectionate relationships could develop. Slide, please. If we flip the page of the anthology, imagine you had the physical book in front of you and you turn the page to pages 18 and 19, we see another photo and poem pairing, right? This time it's Vanessa Ng's poem Hanging on the left of verso page and Quinn Lamfulong's photo Everyday Mundane on the right on page 19. Now, Ng's poem is written in rhyming quatrains, and it sounds very much like a satire of HDB housing estates, even providing instructions to the reader in the opening stanza. Quote, "This poem is meant to be read cheerfully, with intonation and rhythmic ingenuity. Imagine what I am about to say, an HDB. Come on now, are you ready? Chirpy buildings wave flags in the sky. Colorful cloths flap as the wind blows by. Haphazardly and harmoniously classified, they form neat columns of damp and semi-dry." That's about as cheerful as it can sound at 2:30 in the morning. The artificially cheerful tone of Ng's poem is, however, in contrast to the somber photo on the right of a woman hanging clothes out of a HDB flat window and staring glumly at the camera. The juxtaposition of Ng's poem and Lam's photo can be understood in terms of a mosaic of presence and absence. This was Anne Levering-Round's metaphor earlier, a mosaic of presence and absence. The almost complete absence of color and stark whiteness on the two pages create a single monochrome space that makes the boundaries between the verbal and visual texts porous, such that the poem and the photo are co-present with each other, and we can read them as one single unit. So the woman's glum expression is a visual subtext to the enforced cheeriness articulated verbally by the poem speaker. And I think that this pairing, right, of a glum human face and an artificially upbeat speaker is no accident because it evokes another photograph that's absent in the anthology. It's not in the anthology, but is certainly present in the minds of those of us who are familiar with Singapore's history of public housing. I'm thinking, of course, of that famous black and white photo of a smiling Lee Kuan Yew standing at Commonwealth Close in 1965. And remember, he's standing in front of some HDB blocks, right, with lots of clothes hanging out of the windows. I think that's being evoked as a kind of absent text by these combination of photo and poems. But instead of a polemic against LKY or government public housing policies, what the poem and the photo we see in the anthology, what they offer is an inversion of an atmosphere of security and comfort often associated with the HDB heartlands. The poem and photo ask us to consider other questions related to social life in the housing estates. Questions such as, who is left hanging or barely hanging on in Singapore's everyday mundaneness, especially now that the purchase of an HDB flat is no longer a form of financial security later in life for many Singaporeans. Slide, please. Now, in this last section of my talk, I want to briefly look at two other urban anthologies that have been discussed earlier today, just to show that the connection I'm developing between the literary anthology and heterotopia isn't just limited, right, to this is not a safety barrier. For the sake of time, I'll only talk about the editorial introductions of No Other City and Balik Kampung, but even this quick excursion, I hope, will show how these editorial visions resonate with the principles of heterotopia. In particular, while this is not a safety barrier, functions more as a heterotopia of illusion, right? Using combinations of verbal and visual text to illuminate illusory or artificial divisions, No Other City and Balik Kampung tend more towards heterotopias of compensation. So in their editorial introduction to No Other City, Aaron Lee and Alvin Pang state that one reason for assembling this anthology was their sense that a new generation of Singaporeans were writing poetry in English to compensate for a rapidly shifting social and urban environment. For them, poetry was, quote, a way to grapple with the issues of growing up in a city that was changing before their eyes, and far too quickly. This absence of a stable physical environment is indicated by the negative in the anthology's title, No Other City. And the editor's decision to arrange the poems not by authors and also not to include the author's names in the body text was there to create a, quote, seminal dialogue between poems that could lead us most truly towards a mapping, however tentative, of our common urban and human landscape. So the metaphor here of a map recalls Craig Santos Perez's description of Pacific Islands poetry anthologies as maps. But Lee and Pang are less concerned with mapping a national or regional poetic tradition and more interested in how the idea of Singapore itself is contested and negotiated in and through the space of the city. Slide, please. Similarly, we can tell from the full title of Verena's anthology that there is a juxtaposition of seemingly incompatible elements. So the full title of Volume 1 of Balik Kampung is Balik Kampung, Stories of Connection and Disconnection with Different Parts of Singapore. Tay's editorial introduction reveals how the anthology arose from an initial disconnection she felt upon seeing the new Marina Bay waterfront, which then led her to be, quote, more conscious about how space affects one's identity, and what kinds of self does the average Singaporean have, given that he or she faces such a high degree of change from cradle to grave, end quote. So, like no other city, we have here an initial moment of negation or disconnection that leads to the creation of a literary space to compensate for a highly transient cityscape. This sense of compensation and remembrance through writing is evident as Tay concludes her introduction. Quote, practically all the tales you read here have their basis in memory and recollection, for often the areas and buildings and things referred to no longer exist. However, these stories are not exercises in mere wistfulness for nostalgia's sake. They evoke a strong sense of time and place of certain parts of Singapore. They underline that one's environment does shape one's outlook, end quote. In conclusion, the three anthologies I've talked about, This Is Not a Safety Barrier, No Other City, and Balik Kampung, can be thought of as heterotopias because they have tangible relationships to geographical spaces, and within the spaces of their own printed pages, they suspect, neutralize, or invert the set of relations that they happen to designate, mirror, or reflect. This is Foucault's language. If the cityscape of Singapore is too mutable to afford a durable sense of identity, it makes sense that the notion of Singaporeanness can and should emerge from dialogical spaces of creative works that both recollect and represent the city. On a more general level, reading anthologically today would mean rethinking earlier metaphors of a floral bouquet or a culinary banquet, and regarding anthologies as different or other spaces, in which arrangements or patterns of differences, rather than similarities, bring out a sense of who and what we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Weihsin, for providing us a map to Singapore's urban spaces. We now turn to Chow Sing's presentation. So Sung, please feel free to unmute yourself and to share your screen while I introduce you. Mr. Chow Sing, aka Zhou Decheng, is a Singaporean poet who pens mainly in Chinese. He also writes literary prose and fiction and is involved in art and literary translation projects. He has won awards such as the Singapore Literature Prize and the Golden Point Award. He is the author of Chinese poetry collection, The Story of You and Me, 你和我的故事, and editor of SG Poetry 2016-2017, 2017-2018. He is currently a PhD candidate at Cambridge University. His panel is Time, Place Based on Language, on why and how Sino-literatures of Singapore and beyond have been anthologized. Over to you, Decheng.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm Decheng. Yeah, my title is 8 Key Concepts, Time, Place Based on Language, why and how Chinese Singlet has been anthologized. I would like to start with one case study. Okay, the left-hand side is titled 新国风, which means new or Singapore. 国 means country or state. 风 means wind. It actually means the old folk songs. So this is an anthologies done by NTU Chinese Studies department, trying to have a collection of various Chinese poems written after Singapore, in independent Singapore. The right-hand side is done by a younger group of young writers called Trendlit. They have chosen 50 poems. And these 50 poems, they are grouped into 3 different themes. One is to link with history. One is to with innovation. And the other are other themes. So they have grouped very, very differently. But what I want to, this is one of the 2 titles that in 2019, SH Singapore Press Holdings hosts a competition with a long list or short list of the different books. And these 2 of the 10 books that are chosen for the shortlisted 10 books. Eventually, the Xin Guofeng Singapore State win. This book was animated, and we have chosen 不可预期, Unpredictable, the other books over that. It illustrates a non-academic taste of how Chinese poetry in Singapore have been selected and put into anthologies. Yeah, I'll go over with my 8 titles, 8 key concepts. The first concept is between time and place, many in one and one in many. The second concept I will go through is many in one script, or one script that speaks many languages. The 3 is lineage, Sinophone and Sinoscript. The 4th, anthologies as syllabus and curriculum. Number 5, reinventing anthologies, innovation and theme-based. 6, time as canonization. 7, time as genre or categories. 8, genre beyond genre and genre in genre. Let me go to the first concept I will do. Between time and place, I'm trying to link up time and place, the idea of time and place with respect to anthologies. What you see on the most left-hand side is 诗经, is poetry. 经 means that has been canonized. This is one of the earliest Chinese collection of poems back in main central plains of China. What I want to highlight here is this 诗经 have 3 genres within. The first genre is called feng, that's wind. It's actually the folk songs that are being sung in the various states in northern China then. What I want to emphasize is this 诗经 then has chosen a genre that includes different states using different types of languages and Chinese or dialects, if you want to put it in more modern terms then. At that point of time, which is about 2,500 years ago, the Chinese script has already been invented. At that point of time is also when the oral tradition of literature and the written tradition overlaps. So we actually see your famous Confucius using this as a textbook to teach middle class. What I want also to highlight here is that based on some archaeological this research, it seems that the language of 诗经, some of them are not Chinese. But the Chinese script then has somehow canonized and anthologized that and make it into a single written language. The next is the middle, is Singa poetry. This is an anthology done up by the National Library Board. The first cut is done by librarians of different language streams. This Chinese speaking, Malay speaking, English speaking librarians have chosen these poems, and they came back to writers us, and we combine efforts and eventually finalize a list of English, Chinese, and Malay and Tamil poems. The idea behind this poetry collection is that all the poems that are presented in their original language without being translated into English, but they give a thumb drive and they get radio broadcaster to actually read out the poems so that actually the readers can actually listen to the audio version. Just now, Professor Thumboo has introduced a 50 on 50. So this is another model where the 4 language stream, the poems is presented in this anthology, but all translated in English, plus their original version in parallel text, plus pictures. So we see that in Singapore, contemporary Singapore, and in ancient China, poetry has taken note of the different linguistic variations and they are place-based. Something to add on this Shi Jing, beyond this place-based poems that are categorized, they are all and now 2 genres. It's called Ya and Song. They are actually somewhat like our national songs and religious songs. What they help understand is this Shi Jing was actually done. The final version is done in Han, which about a few hundred years from the actual Shi Jing. So you can see that actually anthologies it can be anthologized at a later stage of time. Yeah. Let's see some more examples. I'll go fast here. On the left-hand side is called 新马华文文学大系. This anthology is being done by one of our pioneer writers, still writing and living, called Zhou Chan. The term Singma, Singapore and Malaya or Malaysia, dates our connection with Malaya. And uniquely, if you see one of the first page there, 诗歌 is written in complex character. You read through the whole book, you will see that there are some simplified character and traditional characters that are used uniquely in Singapore. It means that at some point of time in Singapore, we are trying to build our own sense of identity by having our own form of Singapore Chinese in terms of script. So we simplify in our own version. The most right-hand side is an anthology with poems, prose, literary prose, and some short stories that are linked to Singapore. Many of the anthologies in Singapore are somehow linked up with nation building. So the other themes are usually more of the more macro stuff. By what that means is some of the other theme content of other teams may be sacrificed in the process. Yeah. In the case of Singapore Chinese literature, poems, prose, essays, short fiction, since it's as part of the bigger sinosphere, so what you see on the screen is called 新世纪东南亚华文小诗精选，新世纪东南亚华文诗歌精选。It means that it's the Southeast Asia Chinese short poems collection. This is done by Zhejiang, one of the university in Zhejiang, together with one of the writers in Thailand. So they are actually grouping Singapore works as the volume 1. And you can see that literary works written in Chinese is part of a larger anthology of the Sinosphere. We know that China and Taiwan is of the opposite camps in terms of political affiliations. Yeah. So in I think 2015 or 16, Tainan of Taipei actually had done up a world anthology of of poems in which they collect poems of different language and put into their anthologies. Something I would like you to look at is the one in the middle. The poem is translated into Japanese, English, and the poem is essentially not what we call Mandarin Chinese. It is Hokkien Chinese, which brings us to Chinese is actually a plural. There are different types of Chinese and dialects, although they can be represented by the common Chinese scripts. Yeah. Okay. This is an enlarged version. If you look at the poems itself, the one by this Liu Meiqing, a Tainan poet, you can see that her works represent the modern Mingnan, or what we know in Singapore as Hokkien type of literature, mainly with Chinese scripts, but there are some romanticized words that cannot be translated back into Chinese characters. In response to the two Malay-speaking academics and poets just now who has presented, currently I'm actually working on an anthology that is headed, is part of a series from Beijing University. They actually want us to include all 4 language poems translated into Chinese, but it should be in terms of time, periodically. So the first poem that I've chosen is actually the Tanyong Katong, the Varu. So I translate using classical Chinese. Yeah. So eventually this can be purchased in Taobao. It is also part of their One Road, One Belt initiative. They try to get the different countries along the Sea Silk Route to translate their works. Yeah. Next. Point 2, anthologies as syllabus and curriculum. On the most left-hand side is literature in Chinese teaching and learning syllabus, upper secondary. It's the newest Singapore Chinese literature secondary syllabus. It is also a form of anthologies in terms of syllabus. In our practice, we have always put our works alongside with Taiwan, Hong Kong, Malaysia, and Singapore to craft into more Chinese works that are more larger than Singapore. However, at this stage of time, we have not put in any translated works from our own Singapore. And anthology as part of the syllabus has always been the case since early China, such as the Shi Jing, when Confucius has used that as their textbook to teach their the student and middle class, and during Tang, it was part of their national exam. So you need to pass your poems writing before you get selected as a civil servant. The Tang Shi 300 300 poems of the Tang Dynasty was actually a book that is re-anthologized in Qing Dynasty, not Tang Dynasty, which is about I think 400 or 500 years after. So you see that anthologies in the Chinese-speaking world, it can be anthologized and re-anthologized. So the right-hand side is a textbook, a selection of short stories that I have been using during my secondary school days. Okay, together with this, coming to my fourth point is that Chinese-speaking, in the Chinese-speaking world and in anthologizing these Chinese poems in Singapore, we are actually mixed with the concept of sinophone and sinoscript, where the sinoscript can represent the different dialects. And at the earlier time in Japan and Vietnam, they can actually read using Chinese characters in their own Vietnamese. So it's how it works. Yeah. And you can see the most right-hand side is SG Poems 201516, 201718. There are two anthologies by Singapore Poetry Festival. What is done is the different poems from the four language streams are actually translated into English. Yeah. The original is not preserved in this case due to thickness and budget. Yeah. Okay, I want to bring in another concept. Is that just now I was talking about Chinese literature and in Southeast Asia, Singapore, and beyond, that's China. But I also want to bring that we are also part of the Austronesian world. So, example for the Malay world will be made up by Malaysia, Singapore, part of it, Indonesia, Brunei. For the larger Austronesian languages, it also includes the languages like the Tagalog in Philippines and some of the minor languages in Taiwan and Australia, ethnology languages. So one day if we look at world literature, Singapore as part of the world literature, you might need to look at it from the point of view of a larger language family, or we can see it from that point of view. Just now I mentioned that point number 5 is that within once these literary work are anthologized, they have to categorize the different type of poems into smaller parts. So in ancient times, like the Tang Shi San Bai Shou, Tang poetry, 3,000 works of Tang poetry, they are put in terms of the subgenre, in terms of forms. So it's semi-equivalent to your music genres, etc., etc. The most left-hand side is called 新华节句选. 节句 means truncated lines. It's very, very similar to haiku. Haiku is actually quadrants. In Tang poetry, we have the same name called 绝句. Very, very similar to Malay pantuns as well. Modern 节句 also evolved using modern Chinese. So both in China and Taiwan, they have come out this anthology based on this smaller literature genre. And in that case, you actually see 新华节句选 is this anthology is from Taiwan. So they actually with local editor Kafu, they actually selected 10 or 12 poets, and each have a short poems of 4 lines. Yeah. In the Taiwan 诗选, what you see on the extreme right, it means actually poetry anthologies from Taiwan. It's actually based on yearly base. Within this anthology, the different poems are actually categorized by short poems, long poems, serial poems, all that. Yeah, this is what I mean by genre beyond genre and genre in genre. So anthology in this point of view is actually a form of genre. Yeah. Number 6, we also witness some of the anthologies in Singapore that distinguish themselves from their ancestor, like what we saw 一首诗的时间. It's very similar to the simple write more, English simple write more, where they hold a 1 month poetry month every day, different titles, different themes, and writers will write. And of these thousands of poems, then each day some 3 or 4 poems are selected and compiled into anthologies. So this poem represent a new form of poems collection, and they are theme-based. But the idea of collecting during an event, some event, some scene, after which having a collection is not new to the Chinese-speaking world. In fact, in ancient China, most of the literary anthologies, or at least part of the anthologies, are actually done this way. Just that in this case, this anthology, this event are held online. Okay, number 6. In the Chinese-speaking world, we see anthologies not only as a collection of poems, it's a way of canonization. So with the use of Sino-script language, it can be passed down between traditions. In the case of what you see in our extreme left is 五月诗选. It's actually translated, loosely translated, May Poetry Collection. May Poetry Collections actually stem from May Society. It's one of the, in the 1980s, 70s, 80s, it's one of the Chinese-speaking poetry group that supports the modernism movement. So this is actually the latest, one of the latest collection. So you can see that how poets and poems can be canonized through anthologies. At that point of time, I think there's a battle between the modernist and the realist. Eventually, the modernist has overrun the group. Yeah. Okay. Okay, number 8, which is the last point, time and genre or categories. You can see that from here, the left-hand side is 2016, 2015, 2018. It's a year-based anthologies. These are the works that are found on the newspaper supplementary section. So the literary works are re-anthologized each year and made into a printed as a book. Yeah. And the right-hand side is done by a local literary group. So this is of the 1998 collection. Okay, that brings us to the end. There are 3 questions for us to ponder. The result of anthologies, does it mean that it's a form of recategorization of different types of poems or literary works, be it on the genre front or praise-based, or similarly to what the last 200 centuries, when in the field of biology, all living organism is categorized as virus, animal, plants, etc. Or it's a collection like a zoo with different types of organisms. Number 2, if one day the different linguistic-based SG anthologies could talk and network with one another, you can see that different language-speaking anthologies, actually they are quite different, although sometimes they intersect with one another. And the top, if going virtual, AI-driven version of anthologies, or is it able to link up with more virtual and video audio form, such as the collection of anthologies is in the YouTube? Yeah, so these are the 3 questions that to end my presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, De Tseng, for that interesting presentation. I think those three questions are interesting for us to ponder on categorization, translingual conversations, and the technological future of anthologies. Do you mind unsharing your screen? Sorry. Just to do a short Q&A, I'd like to invite everyone to post questions in the chat. I know we're a bit over time, but I'll still run Q&A for another 5 to 10 minutes. So from earlier up, there was a question from Chow to Nazry. To Nazry and others here who teach Singlet, could I also invite Nazry and Weihsin to there you are. Do you teach translated works, for example, Malay to English? And if you do, could you say something about the challenges or opportunities in teaching translated anthologies without diving too deep into translation theories with students?
Yeah. So I'll just go quickly because I've noted this question and just jot down a few points. Yeah, so one thing I learned about trying to teach anthologies is that I think I want to use the metaphor of what Kage has already used before of trying to put smaller flowers to say bigger plants or trees, right? And I think that's an advice that I got from actually Damrosch himself when I talked to him, and he said that, you know, people don't know Malay work, so one thing that you could do is to try to pair it with, you know, works that are more well known. So I think one of the opportunities for teaching anthologies is this very idea of introducing anyone whom you're teaching it to lesser known works. And I think that's very interesting because then you're introducing new voices. But I think the danger there is that I just want to repeat myself is that sometimes people look at anthologies as an anthropological study of a community rather than a piece of literary work. And I think it is a real danger, and danger in the sense that then literature becomes secondary to the study of a society or the study of, say, yeah, just that. So I think that's one danger and one opportunity that I just want to highlight. Yeah, so I'll pass my time to others who might want to say something.
Thank you, Nazry. Any more questions in the chat? Alvin has a question. Alvin asks, can you say something about writing that draws from or speaks across different literary traditions? Can you say something about writing that draws from or speaks across different literary traditions? For example, Ng Pei-An's collections, or being informed by T.S. Eliot. I guess I'd direct this to De Tseng first.
Hi, I'm De Tseng. Yeah. Ng Pei-An, one of our Singapore most profound writers, is a poet. Is a poet himself in his earlier literary career. He admired, I think, T.S. Eliot. So many of his works is of the very modernist and it's very postmodern, if we want to put it in today's term, very truncated, the imagery of that. One link we want to see that is for the images, the modernists back in Britain at that point of time, like Pound, Eliot. Since that at that point of time, the idea of world literature is that because I think like Edward Pound, he actually reads Chinese tongue poetry that's translated in Japan. So the type of syntax, the use of imagery has been transcreated using another language. And now you can see Ng Pei-An actually have embraced different tradition into his own works. So what I want to emphasize is you can see that in terms of literature, if you believe in world literature, then you see different creators, readers are always synthesizing and recreate new stuff through existing paradigms. So you can look at literature in this way. And anthologies can be a good way because you see a range of different stuff.
Would Nazry or Weihsin want to add to that?
Sure, I'll chime in, and I'm going to take Alvin's question literally. The question was, can you say something about writing that draws from or speaks across different literary traditions? I want to speak about Sunny Liu's The Art of Charlie Chan Hock Chai, literally drawing, right, from a host of different traditions, visual novels, right, comics and graphic novels from both the East and the West, right? So The Art of Charlie Chan Hock Chai is itself, formally and stylistically, one could say a kind of heterotopia, right, of different art styles with homages to different kinds of visual traditions that I would argue are also literary. And I don't have time to talk about Liquid City, which Sunny Liu edited also with Lim Cheng Ju. But that in itself is a kind of drawing upon many different visual styles to bring out the kind of movement or breaking out of what Alvin says, the racial or cultural or linguistic channels, right? This is, I think, one way in which I see anthologies moving is towards the visual, is towards comics and graphic novels that can bridge or break across these kinds of divides. And we haven't really talked about that in this symposium, but that's another, I think, venue that was thinking about and writing about.
My only addition to this is that I think that while cross-cultural kind of traditional kind of writings are interesting in that they try to break models that they are still kind of mired in certain tradition. And I would like just to bring an example of how, say, Munshi Abdullah, for instance, translated the Panchatantra into Malay and call it Hikayat Panchatandaran, which is very interesting because he actually translated it from the Tamil version rather than going to the Arabic version, which many other Malay translators have done. And this is a piece of classical work. But then thinking more of a contemporary example, again, the collection Iblis Sudah Mati has indications of Nietzsche. The idea of God is dead, but then trying to engage with tradition and turn it around, and instead of talking about God is dead, talk about how the devil is dead, right? And also one of the stories here by Norida Kamari is very interesting because she actually engages with the idea of the thought police from George Orwell's Animal Farm. So I think while they do try to break from kind of like stereotypes or old conventions, what they do is they still channel a bit of that tradition from the context that they came from. So I think that's a good balance between trying to break away but also trying to still stay anchored.
Thank you for that, Nazry. I do actually want to bounce off what Weihsin said because a few of us were talking in a separate WhatsApp chat group about the possibilities of a future continuation of this symposium, whether it's something that can come back in 2 years or in 1 year, and is there enough material on the anthology to talk about? I think what Weihsin mentioned about the graphic novel, about the graphic novel anthology, or even the spoken word anthology or the video anthology, what room there is in those spaces for future investigation. I think there's a lot of ground to actually go and delve in. Any more questions from the chat? If not, I would like to thank our 3 speakers, and I want to hand the mic back to Angelia to close us. Thank you, Weihsin, Nazry, and Detang.
Thanks, Joshua.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Joshua. We have come to the end of our symposium. Thanks to everyone who stayed to the bitter end, especially those who are dealing with tuning in from different time zones. I shan't take up your sleep time, but I would like just to use this opportunity to thank a lot of people because there were many people involved in planning this. So first of all, please help me by thanking, I would like to thank the speakers for volunteering their scholarship and their experience. The writers at NIE team, led by Anita, who has supported us throughout. I would like to thank the NIE library, especially librarians Shumin and Sandy for doing the poster, the program booklet, and the publicity. Thanks to ELL staff Radha and Fairuz especially for technical support. Thank you to the initial team of Weihsin, Cheryl, Joshua, and Anne for coming up with the idea of a symposium on the anthology and for contacting the speakers. To the audience, thank you all for being with us today. I hope that you found much to think about and chew on. Just a last note about the recordings. We have taped all the panels and the speakers, and they will be made available by a public link via a public link by the NIE library, and we will email this link to all the registered participants. So you can catch the recordings if you happen to step out for a while or if you had to do something else. So without further ado, thanks very much, everyone, and hope to see you again.